Women's first round.
Sorry, start again.
That was my best. And welcome along to day 2 of the National Squash Centre Invitational PSA Satellite Tournament here at Unitec in Auckland. Some exciting matches that we had last night in the first round of the men's competition, but now it's the women's first round and some exciting matches due on court throughout today. It is a busy day of squash, and you can see now on the court, firstly it's Emma Miller, the right-hander in this contest, and Emma Miller currently ranked 115 in the world. That is her current PSA ranking. She's been a little bit higher than that, but she is there in the, well, we'll call it a purple kind of outfit. And on the right-hand side of the court is the left-hander, still only 14 years old, that is Lash. And she's just about to start at the point now. So this match about to get underway. Also other matches in the women's draw that are about to get underway as well. Lauren Clark and Natalie Says, that is on one of the outside courts, and we'll keep you up to date with the scores there as well. Other matches from today, also on the live stream court, will be Abby Palmer, the top seed, ranked 113th in the world, up against the junior Ashley Pepper. And then we have a little bit of a gap before we start with the men's plate matches. Leo Fatialofa against Joe Smythe, Glenn Templeton against Sean Wigan. Then it gets into the semi-final matches, the men's semi-finals starting from 2 p.m. Chisi up against Elijah Thomas, and that will then be followed by Joe Ascot against Timwa Chisi. So the semi-finals there sounding very exciting because a couple of 5-setters last night in the men's first round and some very exciting play. So getting underway with those men's matches later on this afternoon. But let's now focus on this first women's match. And it is Lash against Emma Miller. And as we said before, Lash is the left-hander, still just 14 years old, although she has been to a World Juniors already. And Emma Miller, who is the second seed here at the tournament from the Waikato. And getting underway this match on the outside court, as we mentioned, Lauren Clark against Natalie Says. And then it will be Lana Harrison against Katie Templeton, also on the outside court as well. So plenty of good matches, keep watching, and also you can make it along. Feel free to come along. We are in a level 2 as such, so don't forget to check in and keep your hands clean. Don't have to wear a mask inside, just keep your distance. So this match moving through nicely, and Emma Miller 4-1 lead. Plenty of experience there. You just got to remember that she's around about 28 years old. And Ella Lash is still 14. Plenty of potential. And certainly Ella has grown a lot taller of late as well. And gained a lot of power there. But it comes down to experience of Emma Miller. Competed in the summer series around the Auckland region earlier this year, the PSA tournaments. Had some good battles with, in particular, Lana Harrison, one of the other players here at the tournament. And just actually gone through, I think, an appendix operation a few months ago. This might be one of her first tournaments back on the court. And, of course, PSA tournaments, where a lot of players haven't played since perhaps March in the real PSA tournaments. And Emma Miller just working the ball, trying to get onto her stronger forehand side, but that one a little bit of a too much slice on her backhand. Working her opponent around, setting herself up to go forward on the forehand and use the angle.
7-3.
And the score 4-7 now. So we'll just get that updated on the screen very shortly. So 8-4 to Emma Miller. And Lash just keeping herself in the game.
9-4.
Nicely controlled point. Miller using her forehand to good effect and then pushing Lash back into the corner, moving forward for a drop. It's going to be a tactic the whole way through this game.
11-4. Miller leads 1 game to 0.
A quick first game, 11-4. Probably what we expected with the experience of Miller, using her tactics to move her opponent around. And just the error there from Lash to end the first game. So Miller will be having some tactics, knowing what to do against the less experienced opponent. And thank you very much to our sponsors, the National Squash Centre, Sport New Zealand, High Performance Sport New Zealand as well. And for all the players for taking part, they really want some competition. And also for Squash New Zealand for putting on this tournament as well. So first game 11-4 to Emma Miller. This is a first round match for the women's draw. Around about 5 or 6 of the players do have PSA world rankings. In the men's draw, it's all 8 of the players have PSA world rankings. We'll be back with the second game in just a moment as Emma Miller takes the first 11-4. Back in for the second game. Let's look at the tactics now of Ellen Lash. She's going to get run around a little bit. And what we'll see is Miller moving forward to the tee and being able to control the tempo and force her younger opponent to the corners. Just working into that corner very nicely. Every time that Lash tries to move forward, she's pushed back again as Miller tries to use the tee. Out to a quick 4-love lead. Let's see if Lash can build up a long rally. There you go. She gets 1 point back anyway. That'll give her a bit more confidence. I want to see if there's any variation on the serve. A little bit more power, pushing it deep. It's a good serve. Both players trying to move forward. A little bit too much and a wry smile on the face of Miller. Just brings Lash back into the rally, back into the set. And from love 4 down, it's now 4-all. There's still a smile on Miller's face. Not really too sure she's happy though. And a bit more decisive with at that point, using the strong forehand down the line. Well, this second game is a real mixed bag. And have we lost the ball? I think we have lost the ball somewhere. Well, there you go. It's stuck right in the corner. You can see our Lash just trying to figure out where the ball's gone or how the ball's gone. That's unusual. So we're going to have to get another ball. How it ended up in that corner and how it has managed to get lost is something you're not really going to see too often. Both players trying to get... No, they're going to need a new one. Well, there you go. We'll have to have a little bit of a warm-up on this one. 5-all in the second game. The players have lost the ball in the court, something you wouldn't expect to happen. It just seems to have got lodged in a little gap somewhere. Wow. It's been an unusual second game. Both players making a few errors and then a little bit of a comeback. It was 4-love to Miller, then 4-all, 5-4, now 5-all, and they lost the ball. So let's see what can happen. Having a little bit of a warm-up now. It's going to be fairly warm outside for the players. And let's see if that temperature comes through onto the court. Relatively fine day in Auckland. Certainly yesterday afternoon, the early evening, it was quite hot for the players, for the men on the court, and then cooled down dramatically. So what we were seeing in this second game is a good shot mixed with an error, a basic error. I think, like the men yesterday, it's a matter of finding your feet back into a match and into a tournament after so many months away from the PSA tournament. Of course, there are PSA ranking points and also prize money for this tournament as well. It looks as though they've warmed up the ball enough now, so back to 5-all. This is Ella Lash with the ball now to serve, the left-hander, the 14-year-old. Some nice angles. Oh, and a delicate chop on the ball on the backhand. Staying low and no chance for Lash to retrieve that ball. So back out to a 7-5 with Miller. 7-5 lead. And just asking for didn't have the glasses back on. Anybody under the age of 19 has to wear the glasses from PSA rules. Certainly some of the men yesterday were having some issues with the sweat. Well, much better point there from Ella Lash. She took her time as well. Didn't feel too rushed. Wasn't put under the same amount of pressure by Miller. But that's what she's got to do, is actually take her time, work her way into the rally. Don't feel too rushed. Also have the confidence in yourself to think that you're good enough to keep it going. What Lash does need to do is move forward and take the ball a little bit earlier, maybe on the volley. We saw that dramatically between Sean Wigan and Chisi. Just about every ball was on the volley. And it was as if Wigan didn't want to use the back court. Much better rally by Lash, really sticking in it. Well played.
9-7.
And nice. Set herself up to go in any direction. Did Emma Miller. Now has the game ball. Well done. Points like that which keep her in the game, but also a little bit more confidence for the youngster.
9-10.
And a nice fight back. She's held off a couple of game balls.
7-4.
The around the back shot. Oh, well played. Making it back to 10-all. It was the around the back return of serve. Miller thought it was going to her forehand, but then came to the backhand. So just flipped it around the back, just casually.
8-4.
Oh, great angle. Moving forward on that, had the option, knew where her opponent was going, and was able to select a cross-court forehand to gain an 11-10 lead. This is, by all accounts, her 4th game ball. And well done, using the angles by going forward again. A much better effort by Lash to stick in the game, but in the end it is a 12-10 to Emma Miller. And looking through the replay, there's the angle there to win the game. So back with the 3rd game of this first round women's contest, Emma Miller against Lash.
Seconds.
Oh, Emma Miller against Lash. It's been an interesting game so far. Miller raced through the first, 11-4, as expected with the more experienced opponent, but the second game, well, it had Miller leading 4-love and then losing the lead. It went back to 4-all, then back to 7-all at one stage. That was after they'd lost the ball on the court. Somehow it seemed to fit in the smallest gap and the top forehand corner, right in the 10, and they had to get a new ball. And that was at about 7-all or thereabouts, maybe 5-all. And then 3 game points for Emma Miller. She had that before her opponent actually won her way back into the match, ending up being 12-10. So an interesting second game and a much improved effort by Lash.
2-1.
Forced a few errors out of Emma Miller, who is, of course, ranked 115th in the world. So good play by the youngster from the Belmont Club on the North Shore. Just 14 years old, the left-hander. A lot of potential. And there the forehand error, trying to take the pace off the ball and just block it forward by Miller. Oh, well played. Nice forehand cross court deep into the corner. stayed low. Remember, this is the second ball that these players have used after losing. Oh, that stays in. After losing the first ball, that is.
4-3. 1-1.
And I should just let you know, on the second court, it is Lauren Clark, who has got a 2-set-to-love lead over Natalie Says at the moment. Well played. That forehand going forward, punching it down the side in the corner. And using the high serve against her opponent, Emma Miller. Oh, nice deft touch into the corner. But Miller's been using the high serve and testing the confidence of Lash to see if she wants to take it on the full and move forward. And it's been a bit of a tactic.
7-4.
And you can see that tactic. Put it up high, force her opponent either back or to hit the ball on the full, and their slap forehand working very well.
8-4.
And a lot more efficient in this particular game compared to the second. Emma Miller just going about her work, using the tactics well, and 10-4. Game ball speeding up quite nicely, but then too much. A little bit too much speed there for Emma Miller. She knows it. Slow herself down. She's got plenty of advantage here. And that is a game-setting match, 11-4, 12-10, and 11-5 to Emma Miller. She goes through the second round. That is Miller, the world number 115, defeating 14-year-old New Zealand junior Ella Lash in straight games. So a very businesslike victory for Emma Miller from the Waikato over Ella Lash. The first of our matches so far today. Next on court, and well, about 10 minutes time on court one will be Abby Palmer, the top seed, against Ashley Pepper. And we'll give you a couple of updates from the second court as well. And on the second court, Lauren Clark against Natalie Says. It was Clark who's taken the first two games. A very long rally between Says and Clark. And we'll come back and give you the result of that match just as we start the second women's match on our TV court, which will be Abby Palmer against Ashley Pepper. And now ready for this, the second women's match on court 2, the show court at Unitec. And also it is for the National Squash Centre Invitational. It's a PSA satellite tournament. This is day 2. Last night was men's first round matches and now women's first round matches. And 2 of them completed so far this morning. The first match was a straight game win for Emma Miller, and that was 11-4, 12-10, 11-5 over Lash. On the second court, it was Lauren Clark from the Bay of Plenty defeating Natalie Sayes, and that was also straight games 11-8, 11-8, 11-7. This particular match in front of us is Abby Palmer, the left-hander in the white skirt, up against Ashley Pepper, the 15-year-old from the Belmont Racket Club on the North Shore. And Abby Palmer, currently the New Zealand #2 after the retirement of Amanda Landers-Murphy. And Palmer is 113 in the world, about to serve now. So it's going to be real competition in just over a month's time for the national title, with Joelle King going to be overseas. She's won the title around about 7 times. And what it means is that players such as Abby Palmer, Emma Miller, and Lana Harrison, in particular, those 3, will be really gunning for their first national title. They'll be held at the North Shore Club at the end of October. So now let's have a look at Ashley Pepper. Quite a tall player. One of a group with a number of good juniors to come out of the Belmont Rackets Club on the North Shore. Manu Yam there and other coaches.
3-2.
What you're going to see out of Abby Palmer's shots like that, a great boast off the sidewall. And let's see if Pepper can start to regulate the game, not let the more experienced player, albeit that Abby Palmer is only 22 years old, turns 23 next month. It's always important to actually see a younger player try and regulate the speed, and that's a nice shot. Great shot. Ball stayed down low. So if she can be patient, Pepper, that'll be the key for this match. You can already see she's got lots of energy. And the ball hitting those corners and keeping particularly low. And a good post there. Pepper certainly doesn't want this match to be one of those contests that you just play over and over again and wish you had played it again straight away. Oh, that's a nice touch.
8-3.
Just got to slow herself down and work herself into the rally. And let's go through the schedule for today. This is the second of the first round women's matches on the show court. A little bit of a gap after that until 12:40 when the men's plate matches get underway with Leo Fatialofa against Joe Smythe. That'll be followed by Glenn Templeton against Sean Wigan. Then the first of the semi-finals. Well, that's from 2 p.m. Lawamba Chisi against Elijah Thomas. That'll be a great contest. 2:40 Joel Ascot against Timwa Chisi. Those 2 must be sick of each other. They've played each other so many times, but it'll certainly be a good clash as well. That's the second men's semi-final. And already 2 players from the women's draw through to the next round. That is Emma Miller and also Lauren Clark. So they will take part in semi-finals. And the first game there, Abby Palmer winning it 11-3 against Ashley Pepper. A lot of energy from Pepper now. She's just got to slow herself down and take her time. Abby Palmer will keep you out on court and use her left-handed slice and dice to win the points. And we'll be coming back with that second game shortly. Of course, the other match that was held earlier today as well was Lauren Clark defeating Natalie Sayes 11-8, 11-8, 11-7. And this is, of course, the National Squash Centre Invitational, back with the second game of Ashley Palmer, make that Ashley Pepper against Abby Palmer.
Leads 1 game to love all.
Into the second game. And good for Pepper to play another left-hander. She does have, oh, that's a nice shot down the line. She does have a left-handed opponent in Lash at her club. One thing that's really interesting is, particularly in the men's draw, and all men's draws around New Zealand, Evan Williams, who was a lefty, he's one of the rare players on the male squash circuit around New Zealand who is a left-hander. In the women, there's a few more. But it's just the experience of playing. Oh, that ball just went
3-1.
low. Let's see if both of these players can move the ball back into the corners a little bit more. All right, so Ashley Pepper just needs to refocus now. It's a quick start by Abby Palmer. Nothing too dramatic. Oh, that high ball. Nice both. And controlling it.
5-1.
This is the difference in not only age but experience of playing professional tournaments. Abby Palmer about to turn 23. Oh, she gets another good bounce there.
6-1.
Oh, and too much left. So Pepper just needs to refocus, slow herself down, play as many shots as she can. And that's a shot that Palmer can do very well, almost off her toes, using the pace of the ball to flick it back. Up and out.
9-1.
What I'd really like to see is Pepper use her strong forehand as much as she can. She hits it very hard down the wall.
2-9.
Perhaps a little bit more variety in it would be good.
And out. 10-2. Game ball. Out. 2-1.
And game 2, double bounce there. Pepper needs to move forward a little bit more. So there is Abby Palmer taking the second game as well. She took the first 11-3 and the second 11-2. A good start for the top seed, ranked 113th in the world. Just a couple of spots higher or better than Emma Miller. And checking on the earlier 2 matches from today, it was Emma Miller winning in straight over Lash, and Lauren Clark defeating Natalie Sayes, also in straight games. Later on today, we will have the men's plate matches and also the men's semi-finals, followed by the women's semi-finals with a couple of spots still to be decided. Although it does look like Abby Palmer will win through this match unless we see a dramatic comeback from Ashley Pepper. With the third game very shortly. In fact, Pepper ready to get back on. What she does need to do is get into the rally a little bit longer and try and dictate from the tee. Use that strong forehand that she's got down the line. Palmer being the left-hander, able to hold the ball a little bit longer and just use variation across the court. She likes to chop the ball a little bit, take the pace off, use the angles.
2 games to love.
And Palmer to start this, the third game. Nice little
1 love.
touch again. Be good to see Pepper moving forward as much as you can. That's the shot. See it again. Oh, nice play. It wasn't a bad forehand that Pepper had done, but just taking the pace off, and that's something the juniors need to learn. Is it's okay to not hit it at full blast. You can take the pace off, and sometimes that's better to change it. Nice shot again.
3 love. 9-5. 4 love.
They're racing out to a 4-love lead. Quite efficient by Palmer. Knows what she has to do. And shots like that or errors like that not helping from Pepper. You can see the potential. She just needs to play more of these matches. Oh, great post. And that's a nice touch. Well done.
1-5.
Oh,
And out.
taking the ball early, using the angle to hit it down and low. The control of the ball there. Plenty of opportunities for Palmer. Oh, well retrieved.
And out. 2-7.
A couple of the points that Pepper has won in this set have been very good ones. Yeah, nice shot.
And out. 8-2.
It's about knowing where your opponent is and knowing what shot to play. And she's done a very good job. Abby Palmer, the top seed. Nice.
9-2.
This is going to be one of those matches that Pepper will want to play again straight away in her mind and think, this is what I should have done.
And out.
There you go. There's a nice forehand out, drive down the line.
Harrison leads 2 games to
She's
love.
got a good shot.
And out. 10-3.
And match point.
Match ball. 1 love.
There's that great shot there. Controls it very well from behind. And the victory for Abby Palmer, 11-3, 11-2, 11-3. So well done there to the top seed. Going through to the semi-finals. And on the other court, we'll let you know it is Lana Harrison up by 2 games to love up against Katie Templeton. Harrison doesn't have a world ranking at the moment, but she has been around about the top 100 in the past. And just the much more experienced opponent. She actually won the Auckland Open earlier this year. So it looks as though she'll be going through to the semi-finals at this rate anyway. So congratulations so far this morning to winners Emma Miller, Lauren Clark and Abby Palmer. All through to the next round of this, the National Squash Centre Invitational, the PSA Satellite Tournament. And we'll be back with more live squash from 12:40 with the men's matches, Leo Fatialofa against Joe Smythe, then Glenn Templeton against Sean Wigan, followed by the men's semi-finals, Lawambo Chisi against Elijah Thomas, and then Joel Ascot against Temwa Chisi. And welcome back to this day 2 of the National Squash Centre Invitational, the PSA Satellite Tournament here at Unitec in Auckland. And some good matches so far today. We've had the women's matches on court, and that's been won by Lauren Clark defeating Natalie Says in straight sets. We had Emma Miller beating Ella Lash, also in straight sets. Abby Palmer over Ashley Pepper. In fact, that was not a straight sets match for Emma Miller. It was 4. Ella Lash taking the second, make that the third game there. In fact, we're just updating the score. We've had straight set games. Oh my goodness, it's taking a little while here. Lauren Clark over Natalie Sayers. We had Abby Palmer over Ashley Pepper and Lana Harrison over Katie Templeton. And this afternoon, it is a couple of plate matches. We have Leo Fatialofa on court at the moment, up against Joe Smythe from the Bay of Plenty, 2 17-year-olds in action as the first of the plate matches. The second plate match, well, that'll feature Glenn Templeton against Sean Wigan. And then into the men's semi-finals, Chisi against Elijah Thomas and Joel Ascot against Chisi. The semi-finals for the women's, that is Emma Miller against Lauren Clark, and the second semi-final is Abby Palmer against Lana Harrison. So plenty of action as we progress throughout this afternoon. This match about to get underway. It is Leo Fatialofa, ranked 385 in the world against Joe Smythe, who has a ranking of 595. It's just the initial ranking for Joe Smythe. He starting out on his career, and as we said, Stuart Jr. from the Bay of Plenty. And it was Joe Smythe who was beaten in the first round by Elijah Thomas. Leo Fatialofa, well, he lost to Chisi in 4 games in his match. And the players just warming up. It's quite a nice warm day outside in Auckland, so that may affect the bounce of the ball. Probably about 17, 18 degrees again. And nice for these players to get on court during the middle of the afternoon, or certainly the early afternoon as it is. So let's see how it actually affects the bounce of the ball. And that's Leo Fatialofa coming off court first, followed by Joe Smythe. And just ready for the break before they get back on court for their match. Not forgetting the second of the plate matches, Glenn Templeton against Sean Wigan. And then the first of the men's semi-finals, Chisi against Elijah Thomas, followed by Joel Ascot and Chisi. Of course, we do have the Junior National Champs in Christchurch. Starts from Friday. We'll have live streaming on the Saturday and Sunday. And then about a month after that will be the Senior Nationals at the North Shore Club in Auckland. That's certainly a title that everybody wants to win. As you'll see, Joe Smythe wearing the goggles, and it's PSA rulings that you have to wear goggles if you're under the age of 19. And throughout this match, be ready for Leo Fatialofa. He's not the sort of player who really likes to grind it out there. Generally, it's about the 4th shot that he'll try for a winner. When he was asked to describe his own style, he said he couldn't actually figure out what it was. And he also said, I'm not a very good coach and I'm not a very good referee either. Just let me play. Certainly Fatialofa on the backhand side prefers going cross-court. You won't see him doing 5 or 10 shots down the line on the backhand. Probably about the second or third, he'll whip it across court. Both of these players will be in Christchurch next week, or at the end of this week, that is, for the National Juniors. Very strong under-19 draw. Glenn Templeton, you've got Riley Jack Blomqvist, you've got Jack Condor, Elijah Thomas. Around about 6 to 8 players who either have PSA rankings or are very close to it. Expecting some good competition in the under-19s, where Glenn Templeton is the current champion, defeating Elijah Thomas in the final in 5 games last year. That was on these courts. So plenty of competition and plenty of depth at the moment in the under-19s. Nice touch. Taking the ball early for Fatialofa on the backhand. Both players just working their way into this match. And Smythe using the forehand to start. The serve on the forehand side. A lot of players using the backhand. Helps them get ready across the body already. And watch for the change of pace from Fatialofa. Likes mixing it up. Nice boast. Oh. Fatialofa has been trying to master that shot, just dropping it across on the back end. He said that he wants to emulate Sean Wigan with that shot. And Sean saying, well, I'm not going to teach you. Oh, nice retrieving. Oh, that's a good point. A couple of nicely executed shots from Leo Fatialofa. Helps him get in and get that 3-point lead. See if he can be consistent. Nice. And these two players are similar ages, but the experience perhaps of Fatialofa. He's played a lot more PSA tournaments and just plays against perhaps more competitive players consistently. Might just come through in the end. And it's no disrespect at all to Joe Smythe, who has plenty of potential. The more experience he gets, the better for him. Very good shot by Joe Smythe, just taking the pace off the ball. Able to drop it. Give Fatialofa nothing back on the ball. Nice work. Yep, but, very well executed. Forehand, loving the ball, just perfect height to aim it down, give it no bounce back from Fatialofa. Smythe just keeping himself in the competition in this set. But you've got to watch out for that shot from Fatialofa. really Smythe needs to give him no height, because he's going to take advantage of it and move forward and use the angle on the backhand, and on the forehand use the ability to hit down and through the ball. Nice. That's it, take the pace off. Ball dying a little bit off the back wall. Smythe had Fatialofa moving all around the court, but he's a very athletic player and moves very well. So now game ball, first game. Nice recovery again. Going to do a lot of running. Fatialofa really pushing Smythe around the court. Oh, that's out. Not by much, but it was out. It was a nice idea to use a little bit of height to push Smythe back by Fatialofa, and just too much height. So first game 11-7 to Leo Fatialofa over Joe Smythe in the first of the plate matches. Into the second game, the first point, and a bit of a speed up and pace there. Fatialofa realising that if he wants to get it over and done with, he's going to have to vary the pace or speed up these first few points. And winning that point with a nice shot into the corner, into the forehand corner. Smythe was certainly in the first game willing to stay in the rally as long as possible. Oh, nice touch of the wall. something that Fatialofa does so well. Very difficult to read, to try and anticipate where he's going. Although, as he says, sometimes he doesn't know where he's going either. Makes it difficult for his opponents and also himself. But the two-love lead now in the second game after winning the first 11-7. Next match on court, Glenn Templeton against Sean Wigan, before we get to the men's semi-finals, followed by the women's semi-finals. And that was a great stop on the forehand for Fatialofa. Just put a complete stop on the shot, almost a chop. Took the pace off the ball. They were both quite close to the front wall, but the pace taken off enough that it wasn't going to give his opponent any space or any time at all. And nice to see three 17-year-olds. We had Elijah Thomas yesterday, Leo Fatialofa and Joe Smythe, all playing in this tournament. In fact, the oldest player in the tournament for the men's anyway is Sean Wigan, and he's 25. Then it's the 21-year-old Lawamba Chisi. The rest of the players are all 20 or thereabouts, and then all the rest are teens. So it certainly is a young group of players. And you can say it gives a bit of hope and promise for certainly men's squash. But there's this big group of players who are all very competitive. Nice rally. Oh, did so well to get there, Joe Smythe, and just maybe he was a half a step too short. Just reaching for the ball, didn't quite make the net, bouncing beforehand. Make the net, make the 10. Once again, Joe Smythe in this match, in this game, but still 2 or 3 points behind every opportunity. Let's see if he can get a little bit closer. Flicking it off the back wall. Again, been forced back. This time a better shot. Oh. And both players pushing each other. Not an easy point to come back from. Given the let there, Fatialofa, there was no way that Smythe could have got out of the way. Another let there. So still 3-6 Nice depth by both players. And well done from Joe Smythe. Coming back to within 2 points. Oh, there's the little dink across court on the backhand. Both players well up close near the front wall, playing in fact the whole rally up there. Nice to see them going forward, attacking the ball. But both of them were out there. There wasn't much room, but in the end a dink on the backhand side across court, working very well for Fatialofa. Again, 2 points the margin. Let's see if Joe Smythe has got a plan on this one. And not quite ready. Certainly the player's not sweating as much as yesterday. Not yet anyway. Oh, that's a nice shot down the line, the forehand. So low over the top of the 10. And then coming back even lower, and a very difficult shot for Joe Smythe to retrieve. Great running by Smythe, but not enough on the punch through of the forehand shot. And it just travelled too deep, too fast. And Fatialofa, you've got to start from the other side. Huh? The players had it sorted, they knew where they were going. I think they knew where they were going, that's where they are. Well done. Playing the ball away from his body, Joe Smythe, and hitting it deep into the forehand corner. It was a top rally. Each player using all corners of the court. And certainly Smythe will be very happy with that. Gets him 1 point back and 3 points the margin. See what he can do now from the serve. Oh, tricky return. And the ball for both players just hitting
7-9
in between 10 and the floor and giving nothing back whatsoever. And the little slap forehand working to good effect for Fatialofa at this point. It's game point at 10-7 after winning the first 11-7. The next match after this is Glenn Templeton against Sean Wigan. That'll be interesting, two contrasting styles of play. Wow. almost came off for Fatialofa. Reached it, but didn't quite make it over the line. So one save for Joe Smythe. So another opportunity for Smythe here to bring it back. Just the look on Fatialofa's face there. Knew he'd muck that one up. Just misread it when it was coming into either his body, forehand or backhand. It's nice work by Smythe to get back in this and take it to the tie break. Oh, nice. Not quite this time. So certainly well played from Joe Smythe. Done very well and saved about 3 to 4 game balls so far. Let's see what Fatialofa can do here. Oh, nice change of pace by Smythe at the top. Hanging in here. And you just never know what would happen if Fatialofa does drop this game. How attitudes change and how confidence changes for Smythe. Good play. No let on that one. It was a nice shot on the forehand for Fatialofa. And no fuss, not on these let shots. That is at 13-11. Fairly easy point in the end to take that game. So 2 games to love, Leo Fatialofa. And here's the game point. That's how it played out. With an accidental stroke, I guess they all are in the end. So 7 and 11. The first 2 games going to Leo Fatialofa. Well, Joe Smythe, very good effort in the second game to be down by about 4 game points. Kept on pushing, made it to 10 apiece, made it to 11 apiece. And then a stroke error gave the game to Leo Fatialofa. He's certainly there and certainly learning, and really had a couple of opportunities in the end to possibly take the second game. Fatialofa just coming through. Let's see what can happen in this, the third. Very nice forehand drive through, flick. Ooh. And that's a couple of errors from Fatialofa, who's given Joe Smythe a 3-love lead. The thing that Smythe will be finding about playing Fatialofa is that anything can happen, and you really have to control your game rather than try and feel that you're in control of Fatialofa's. Yeah, nice play. Punching it through. So two quick points back for Fatialofa after Smythe 1-3 on the trot. And back to 3 apiece. Doesn't take long for the game to change when you're playing against Fatialofa. That's a very good point. Good way to finish, moving forward and dropping it short, knowing that Fatialofa was in the back of the court. So smart thinking by Joe Smythe. Certainly compared to yesterday's game when he was defeated by Elijah Thomas, you can see already the improvement, albeit against a different opponent. And just as we say that, he drops one far too short, and back to 4-all. And both players getting a lot of movement around the court. Top rally, but not quite from Smythe. And those are the rallies that you really put so much into that you want to win it in the end. Smythe, no doubt, feeling that one. He was in it. Yeah, well played, Joe Smythe. What has happened in these 3 games, or 2.5 games so far, is that he's been in all the rallies. Hasn't quite had the final shot to either win it, or has just pushed it a little bit too far. Certainly, he'll learn a huge amount throughout this tournament, and probably from yesterday to today as well. So Smythe now needs to refocus after that one. You could see him frustrated himself, sort of kicking at the air a little bit. What do I have to do now? Well, what you have to do is just hit that one more shot. Just play it. Oh, nice. Play that extra shot, Joe. Like that, in fact. That's the shot you need to play. So, keeping himself in it. And back to 8-all as well. So, again, another comeback from Joe Smythe. Keeps him in the match, keeps him in this particular game, as he did in the second, holding off a number of game balls. Oh, that's good play. Fatialofa let that ball drop so low on the ground before he took his shot. There was no pace given on the ball either. Well played, Leo Fatialofa. There was a beautiful forehand across court where he just held it so late and so well. And across court, sets himself up for match ball, game ball at 10-8. Oh. Lovely, back and across, still in it. And again, chasing everything down, Fatialofa. But that one was just too far. Nice play by Joe Smythe into the corner. So that's one match ball he's held off. And one more for Joe Smythe, holding off another one and taking it to 10-all for the second game in a row. Good work by the 17-year-old against, well, a fellow 17-year-old. There's 3 of them in the men's competition out of the 8. And this time it is Smythe with the game ball after an error from Fatialofa, looking to go cross court, but too low. Oh. Back into it. Oh, down on the ground. Some great retrieving by both players. In the end, it was Smythe almost into the back wall. And then set himself on his backside as he tried to retrieve up near the front. Fatialofa able to put it away to make it 11-all. And you could see that Fatialofa did not want to go to 4. He wants to win this in 3. We have the second plate match coming up after this. It'll feature Glenn Templeton against Sean Wigan. Let's see how much, though, Leo Fatialofa wants to win this in straight. I think it's a lot. That's a beautiful forehand. So deep, that one. Plays that shot down the line very well. Let's see how we can hold him off here. Can Joe Smythe just keep chipping away? He's done it very well in both the last two games. Let's see what he can do in this one. Oh, no, is he calling for a let? And a let is given. Pretty quick return from Fatialofa. Played it very quickly down at the forehand side. And one more. Oh. So the question from Fatialofa, certainly a lot more questions as we get close to a victory for Fatialofa and another game, or going into the fourth game for Joe Smythe. And Smythe having some issues there with his glasses, with his goggles. All players have to wear them until they're over the age of 19. Oh, staying in it by some rapid running from Fatialofa. Smythe taking the ball on the full 12 all, not wanting to give up. It's Joe Smythe, Fatialofa seemingly very keen to get this over in 3. The players for the next match have been ready for a while. And yet again, I think this is the 4th match ball for Fatialofa. Let's see if he can finish it off this time. Well, it just keeps on going, and you've got to give a lot of credit to Joe Smythe, certainly not giving up. Both players looking certainly very tired, and fair enough too. This third game has taken a lot of effort out of both of them. And I think out of the players for the next match you're watching, Glenn Templeton and Sean Wigan, have been keen to get on court. Well, let's see what Smythe can do on this occasion. Oh, that look on the face there for Fatialofa says a lot. See what Smythe can do now. He has an opportunity to take it to 4. Oh, and he has. That is Joe Smythe winning this third game, 15-13. We'll be back for the fourth game very shortly. So ready now for game 4 between these two 17-year-olds, and Joe Smythe's showing plenty of fighting ability. Big comeback in the second game, couldn't quite take it, but in the third it was advantage most of the way to Leo Fatialofa. But Smythe fighting, and playing very well. He didn't necessarily look like he was going to win it until that last point, but that's all that matters, is the last point. Let's see how Fatialofa can come back, and whether the confidence of winning that third, what it will actually do to Joe Smythe. It's a nice pickup. And nice little punch at that one. Cross court on the forehand. Certainly it's the improvement from Smythe from yesterday against Elijah Thomas to this afternoon. And so far, though, Fatialofa in this game racing up to a 3-love lead, although he did that in the last game as well. See what he can do. Certainly at the end of the second, you could see Fatialofa getting frustrated. He wanted to end it. He wanted to end that second game quickly. Just didn't come off for him at all. See what occurs now. He's got that lead again. Well done. Joe Smythe taking his time on that. Didn't overforce his hand. And come back again, just like what occurred in the second game. It was 3-love to Fatialofa there, and then the comeback by Smythe. And that's what occurred in this, the fourth game as well. And Smythe just edging ahead. Wonder if we can... Oh, that's a sloppy shot. Right over the back wall. And are we going 5? Well played, Joe Smythe, disguising that very well. Well, the confidence from winning the third game for Joe Smythe really seems to spur him on, and this is the fourth game, and perhaps become too much effort for Fatialofa. He's got the serve here at 4-7 down. Just seems so relaxed at times. It's hard to figure. Oh, that's well played. And the way that Smythe is playing in this, the fourth game, it looks as though we could be going 5, but then Leo Fatialofa pulls off a shot like that with just complete calm, just takes his time. Gee, those serves are pushing the limit, but he knows what he's doing. Well, unless Leo Fatialofa does something remarkable in these next 5 or so points, we are going at 5. You say it and then he does it. Well, that was something remarkable, although he's got to do a few more of those. Oh, nice play. And we're going 5. 11-6. It is Joe Smythe taking it to 5. Let's take a look at that final point. And Fatialofa thought he had it, but some great running. And then the cross-court flick near the front wall there. And Joe Smythe taking us to a 5. Well, you wouldn't have thought that would be going 5 games. Not from the first game, that is, which was won 11-7 by Leo Fatialofa over Joe Smythe. However, we've seen a great fighting ability from Smythe, and all due credit there, particularly in the third. He really fought back well to come down from a few game balls and win that third game 15-13. And then in the fourth, real determined effort. A few mistakes from Leo Fatialofa, but Smythe really upped his game, figured out a way to win. And you can see the change in tactics. Just the unpredictability of Leo Fatialofa, where he does a decisive shot like that. Whereas at other times, it can be a little bit lax on what shot he's about to pick and choose. Nice. Again by Smythe. No, not going to work this time. And for the last 2 games, it has been Leo Fatialofa racing out to a 3-love lead. But that lead, well, been eaten away on each occasion. So again, it's a 3-1 lead, not quite the 3-love of the last 2, but 3-1 for Leo Fatialofa. Let's see what he can do here and actually move forward. He's dropped it the last 2 times. Had so many options there, and nice. Off the back wall. Some great retrieving from Joe Smythe, and nice angle as well. Great rally, both players. Both look exhausted after that, but certainly Smythe fought his way back into it on several occasions. But it does give Fatialofa the 4-1 lead. He's been looking for it. Oh. So we still have a busy afternoon of play. Next match, Glenn Templeton against Sean Wigan. Then the men's semi-finals, Lawamba Chisi against Elijah Thomas, Joel Ascot against Temwa Chisi, and then the women's semi-finals as well. Certainly the pace just sped up in this rally. And now the little slow down. Smythe, nice shot cross court. Oh, that's a good play. And looking for the let. It was a very decisive shot from Fatialofa, and certainly with the pace it was coming back. Maybe it was a hopeful call for, possibly. But Fatialofa did manage to put a lot of pace on it. It was coming back quick. And change of decision there. Ooh, couple of points. Just given that advantage to Fatialofa. Going to be hard to come back now for Joe Smythe, although he did it very well in the third game. He's down quite a few points on that one. Well, he's clawed one back. Is Joe Smythe. Can he do what he's done the last game, make that the third game? Oh, straight from the body. Oh, takes it on the volley, and that helped him put that one away. If he had to chase it, it would have been difficult. Oh, so 8-5. And both players feeling it now. We're into the fifth. It's been, let's have a look at the time. Well, about an hour's play. Doesn't matter who you are, an hour's play of squash is going to really be difficult. These two are 17 years old. It's taking its toll, or just, no, not quite picked up. Looked as though it managed to pick it up. Oh, great pickup. Oh, gee, that was... And the point goes the way of Fatialofa there. Tough call on Joe Smythe, but he couldn't really go anywhere. And Fatialofa... Now with the advantage. Let's see, the fight back's been significant in the third game. Let's see whether Smythe can continue on this one as well. So the second match ball, well, in this particular game, Fatialofa's had a couple in the past, but that was in game 3. And there we go, that is final score, 11-6 in the fifth. Looking at the final point and just forcing that back in from the corner there. Well done to both players, to Joe Smythe for his fight back, and also to Leo Fatialofa. Kept his head nicely in the end, but a match that went just over an hour in play. Both players giving it everything, and the plate match of the National Squash Centre Invitational, the PSA Satellite, here in Auckland. Get ready for the next contest. It is Glenn Templeton against Sean Wigan. Now into the second plate match for the men. This is Glenn Templeton in the blue against Sean Wigan in the white. And Wigan coming away very nicely with a 2-point lead already. And as we know, his style is to take the ball early on the volley, and he can really retrieve anything. Shelley Kitchen, oh, not so good there from Glenn Templeton, but Shelley Kitchen, Sean Wigan, how would you rate his style? He loves taking everything on the full, taking it on the volley, doesn't he?
Yeah, he had a great match last night against Team Chisi. He unfortunately lost in 5, but yeah, Sean's style is to volley as much as he can. He's a pretty good tennis player as well as squash player, so used to taking the ball on the volley. I think last night in his game against Team he was taking the volley about the cut line.
Yeah, he was. I mean,
the service box line. So it was pretty fast and furious last night with both of them. But yeah, interesting to see how he backs up from that match today. He might be a little bit tired from it, but Sean's a really fit guy, trains really well. So yeah, probably it'll be nice to see the same of Sean today as his match last night. So.
Well, Shelley, we've just had a very long, well, over an hour, match between Leo Fatialofa and Joe Smythe, and in the end it was Fatialofa who came through. But it was a good match, the two 17-year-olds, and Smythe showed a lot of fight, which is what you want to see, isn't it? You don't want to see a 17-year-old or any younger player just saying, that's it. He really did show some fight.
Yeah, it was a really great match. I think Joe was lucky to lose that second match. Leo got that 13-11. So yeah, every game was pretty close. I think Joe beat Leo last time they played at the New Zealand Secondary Schools, which was another great match. So yeah, it's good to see the guys battling out here. They're sort of preparing for junior nationals next weekend. So both the boys and the under-17, under-19 boys competition next week. So sussing each other out for that tournament.
Well, Shelley, just looking at the nationals next week, are you going to be in Christchurch for a little bit of that time?
Yeah, I'm just coming down for 2 days, so Saturday and Sunday.
I mean, as you mentioned there, the under-19 guys in particular is going to be so strong. There's half a dozen to 8 players who have either got PSA rankings or very close to it. So the quarterfinals in particular is going to be incredibly strong.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great competition. We've had a few of the boys move up into under-19s this year. Leo's moved up, Joe Smythe's moved up as well. So Glenn is going in as...
well, he's the defending champ.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you've got Elijah, who we beat last time, which was a really exciting final.
Yeah, so I think Elijah will be out there to get his first under-19 title.
Right, we're looking at this game here. It was Sean Wigan racing away to an 8-1 lead. And Glenn Templeton make that 9-3 lead now. Glenn Templeton not out of it, but it's just the different pace that Wigan's able to alter. He changes it so quickly and so well, doesn't he?
Yeah, Sean, like I said before, I think Sean's playing really well. Glenn started really well yesterday in his match. He came out firing against Joel. But yeah, maybe that match beforehand with Leo and Joe sort of just, he's probably warmed up about 4 or 5 times, I think. Not expecting the match to go on as long as it did.
And just another word here, nice to see a few people coming to watch some squash and live. Yes, of course you can watch it online, but it is nice to see a few people as well. We are at level 2, but we'll come back with the second game in just a moment. into the start of the second game between Sean Wigan and Glenn Templeton. And Wigan, the oldest player in the men's draw at 25, a race through the first game. Seemed that Templeton couldn't quite get into his rhythm, and that's a very difficult thing to do anyway against someone like Wigan, who, as you can see, speeding around the court. But this first rally, certainly a long one. Much better rally by Templeton this time to start the second game.
Yeah, I think Glenn's got to really find his feet a little bit in this match before he knows. You know, I'm sure could actually run away with this match pretty quick. So definitely the way he's playing. So Glenn's got to really sort of knuckle down a little bit. Probably be a little bit more disciplined, get the rallies going, and probably stop Sean from volleying and hitting in the middle of the court.
Yeah.
Like that. So
yeah, just the speed. I know he's a little guy, especially compared to Templeton, but just the speed that he gets around the court was quite phenomenal for watching Sean Wigan. And for any junior, they really should just check out the way he plays. No, it's not always the most orthodox, but it really shows the winner take all, and the attitude that you need to have, that he's going to stay out there and run down everything. And what it does do is force errors in your opposition. So that's what happens when you have the speed that Sean Wigan has, or at least he tries for everything, and that can certainly force the errors.
yeah, you always kind of know what you're going to get from Sean when he plays.
And now it does seem that we have quite a few members of the Belmont Rackets Club here to support their players. And a couple of their players in Lash. And, well, we do have Natalie Say's ex-Belmont, now Ramuera. It's always good to have people supporting the juniors as well, because, well, I guess it's a very simple thing to say that they are the future of the game. And if they're supported, they certainly feel a lot better about continuing with it, knowing that they've got people who care and want to support them in the future. Nice shot down the line. Ooh, off the wall.
He might be feeling his legs a little bit from his match last night against Joel.
Yeah, that was a tough one as well. So we had some really entertaining and long games. The match that we just had, of course, that Leo Fatialofa came through over Smythe. Oh, that's usually a sitter for someone like Glenn Templeton, isn't it? It's very rare that he tins that.
Yeah, got to wonder, choice of shot there. 1 love down, sort of 3-all. I think he should be trying to be a little bit more disciplined, I think, and definitely going for his shots when it's on, but it's a great link from Sean. Glenn controlling the tee a lot more in this game, in this point. But Sean just, as always, just getting it back.
Not sure how many minutes it's taken, but it just seems to have raced by so far, particularly compared to the previous match, which was over an hour. But that is the want of Sean Wigan staying in.
Both trying to own the tee, I think, at the moment. Pretty similar style of play.
Oh. Yeah, nice play, Sean Wigan. I think every single shot that he hit in that point was beyond the line. Just about every single shot that he hit, it was almost as if he was in the wall. That's much better play by Glenn. And very rare that you're actually going to be able to beat the speed of Wigan.
Yeah, Sean came out firing last night against Temwa. In the end, Temwa was too strong in the fifth. But it took Temwa a long time to break Sean down, so... Just got a casual shot from there, Glenn.
It is. A lot of his game seems casual. It's not necessarily so, though, is it? Just the way some players look. And Leo has that sort of look, but then that's Leo. With the serve from the forehand side, I noticed Joe Smythe was using the forehand rather than the backhand that Glenn used there. Is there a distinct forehand or backhand that you would say to a player, use your backhand on that side for the serve?
No, I think a lot of the pros do it. It's sort of noticed as well. Yeah, so I guess you sort of...
Just personal preference?
Yeah, definitely. I never used to like to serve like that.
You wouldn't coach someone to say, this is how you should do it?
No. Glenn's probably getting a little bit frustrated now.
Yeah, it's going to be probably a big hit or a big miss coming up. It looks that way from his facial expressions. Let's see whether he can hang around. And the top of the tin. So saving one game ball in this second game. Yeah, well played.
8-10, game ball.
How do you push a player such as Sean back, that they're taking everything on the full? How do you get them back? Aside from hitting everything deep.
Yeah, I think it's got to... Oh, wow.
Yeah, nice play.
It's a great shot to finish
the
off
second
the
game.
game.
Yeah. That's a great shot. You can't do much against that. Well, maybe we'll come back into the third game. We'll figure out how to push someone like Sean back in the third. But in the meantime, that is Sean Wigan taking the second game, 11-3 and then 11-8. As we saw there, the lovely shot to win that second one. We'll be back with the third very shortly. Well, Shelley Kitchen into this, the third game, and the question has to be, can Glenn Templeton slow it down enough or find his pace? Very nice shot down the forehand side there to win the first point, but can he slow it down to the pace that he's comfortable with? Because Wigan's really had control, hasn't he?
Yeah, sure, just come out really fast and firing. Glenn sort of just likes the time, I think. You know, likes to control that tee as well. So I think, yeah, he's just got to get Sean off that tee and sort of push forward and try and get the tee space. He's only really going to get that with a little bit tighter. You know, but Sean's just going to keep coming back at it, you know, with everything. So probably just start using some height.
Well, the question was before, how do you force a player such as Sean back so he's not taking the ball on the full all the time? Is there any, do you have to be patient? Do you have to hit deep into the corners all the time? Is there any one magical answer to that?
I just try and hit
There's
tight,
no-
really.
basically
Yeah,
there's
just
not.
try and take that volley off and probably stop and start him a little bit. So I noticed what Timur did with Sean yesterday. When Sean's doing the lines, he's very good. If you stop and starting him, he sort of loses momentum a little bit. He's definitely got to answer
Oh, that's a nice
for
shot.
everything Glenn's throwing with Adam at the moment.
Well, certainly a better start in this, the third game for Templeton. An error, a couple of errors from Sean Wigan, and a nice forehand. Oh, tumbling over each other.
Yeah, it's the first time Glenn's had a lead in the game.
Yeah,
So
it
that's
is.
good. He's got to just try and keep this lead.
I don't think there was any injury there. It was more of just a gentle collision. He's just going to have a wipe at the court there, a little bit of sweat. So we'll be ready for that in just a moment. It is quite warm outside, and Shelley Kitchen, you managed to have a workout yourself, get a bit of exercise in the gym. There's a little bit of perspiration there. Well, you did that, managed to go for a coffee, but it was warm outside, and I think that's coming through on the court now, isn't it? You know, these players are having a good run around on that court, and anyone takes a tumble, well, there is a bit of sweat there.
Yeah, it's a nice, nice afternoon in Auckland. Sun's shining, which is good. The ball's flying around. All these matches are starting with a new ball, so that's usually a lot quicker than a sort of slow, old, dead ball. So,
Well, it was
yeah,
something I hadn't seen earlier on, though, that Emma Miller and Ella Lash lost the ball on the court. Now, how do you do that? Well,
well, these courts, they convert into doubles courts, so there's lots of big nicks in the floors and things. So next time the courts sort of are used for doubles, there'll be probably quite a few balls
right.
in the cracks
Now, I've seen them
between the walls.
lost in the rafters and things like that before, but not quite the front wall. And the players were a bit confused. So Wigan's cut back that 2-point gap, and now in the lead in the third.
Yeah, he's really focused at the moment.
Good that you're going to have a player like Sean Wigan around, because of his style slightly different. Means the players don't have to play against the same old, same old. They've got someone a bit different. Means they have to adapt their game, isn't it?
Yeah, Sean's always a great competitor. He never gives up.
Well, the other interesting aspect is that he's the oldest player here at 25. The next is 21, and that's Lawamba Chisi. So, you know, you've got that 17 to 21-year-old group of players, and then there's the step forward for the 25-year-old. So someone a little bit different in so many different ways.
Yeah, Sean's got a lot of experience, a lot of training hours under his belt. And he's really consistent as well. Sean, he's not really injured very often.
I guess that's what fitness really, if you're that fit, you're probably not going to get injured. Oh, there we go. That's speed to run around Glenn, get to the ball, and flick it over. That's speed. Oh, nice play by Glenn Templeton. But Sean Wigan back in it again. Almost picked it up. Well played by Templeton in the end. But it was almost a pick-up again by Sean Wigan. So, reasonable effort in this, the third game by Templeton, keeping relatively close. This is going to be a vital point if he wants to stay in it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh. Well, didn't quite work out that way in the end. Nice cross-court volley.
Oh, Glenn decided to give it a go as well.
Yep.
And then we have match ball.
There you go. And looks like this one could be over in relatively quick fashion compared to the previous match, which took over an hour.
Oh, great shot from Glenn. Good length.
6-10.
And picked up very nicely in the end. 11-3, 11-8, 11-6. That is the match. Just check out the final point. And they're just too good on the back end into the corner. And well done to Sean Wigan winning that in straight games over Glenn Templeton. The earlier winner was Leo Fatialofa, and that was over Joe Smythe in 5. Coming up very shortly, we have the first of the semi-finals.
15 seconds. National Squash Centre Invitational PSA 2020 semi-final match. Luamba Chisi to serve, Elijah Thomas to receive. Best of 5 games. Love all.
And now underway with this, the first semi-final of the National Squash Centre Invitational, the PSA Satellite Tournament. And joining me on the comms today for this particular match between Elijah Thomas in the green and Luamba Chisi, the white shirt, it's Sean Wigan. And Sean, you've just come off the court from your match. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Defeating Glenn Templeton. And got to ask one thing, you must be tired. The amount of running that you did. And at one stage I saw you run round Glenn Templeton, which isn't easy, a couple of times in one point. I'm going to ask you a bit later on about your fitness regime, but how are you feeling after that victory?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty tired after that one. Of course, had a very tough one with Temwa yesterday as well, so having to back it up with another tough game against Glenn. I had lost to him the last 2 times we played at the start of the year, so it's good to get a win against him this time.
Well then, as we look at this particular game, these two players, Elijah Thomas has improved a huge amount over the past year, hasn't he? And then we haven't really seen Luamba play that much in New Zealand since, I guess, last year, been up in the UK. But, you know, to get his ranking up to 148, he's got to have something going for him at the moment. And what are you expecting?
Yeah, I've been heading with Elijah a little bit this year, and he's certainly been working very hard to improve his game. Had a really good start to the year before COVID sort of stopped that good run, but he's certainly come out of blocks very well already with a good win yesterday. And then, yeah, Louis been working very hard in UK, again because of COVID had to come back, unfortunately, but he's improved so much over the last few years. It's amazing what he's been able to do in his game.
Ooh, that one just seemed to come off the back wall and the side wall a little bit awkwardly for Elijah. It's not often that you actually see someone like Elijah or anybody miss the ball completely.
Well, that happened to me yesterday.
Yeah.
I completely mistimed the ball, so I guess that's what happens with these courts. Sometimes the bounce can be very interesting and can mistime it. So.
Because we are mid-afternoon, it's been a nice day in Auckland. Is the speed different to, say, yesterday when you were playing a little bit later?
Yeah, well, the ball's certainly bouncing a lot more now as we start to get much hotter temperatures in Auckland, so the ball will start to bounce a lot more. And these two love to keep the rallies going. They very much both like to control their shots, so you'll see a lot of long rallies between these two, as you can see so far. They'll just keep the ball going, and I think the key for Elijah in this game today is how he uses his short game.
Well, we're just talking about the temperature, and the national champs are going to be in just over a month's time at the North Shore Club, a club which can get quite warm around its 2 main central courts. So we think about, say, end of October, beginning November, it can be pretty humid in Auckland. Yeah,
well, North Shore's my club, so I definitely know what it's like to play in hot temperatures there. I played a tournament there at the start of the year in February, and it was...
Was that the Auckland champs, wasn't it?
Oh, and there was one before that as well, and it can get really humid when the sun comes out, and the ball starts to fly a lot more, and you can get very hot very quickly. So it's how you handle the temperatures in those conditions.
And particularly with a few people in as well, a few players, it's only going to be the top grade, but there's still going to be spectators and players around. That'll really help heat it up.
Yeah, and what will be really good is there's so many really good upcoming players as well, which will make it really interesting. It's going to be who can handle the conditions the best when it comes.
Well, how do you feel with Paul Cole not going to take part? And there's been one of the main winners of the national champs for the last few years. Creates an opportunity, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Gives someone else the opportunity to win the national champs. It's of course a great accolade to take out, so whoever can achieve that we'll find out as a very good honour for them to take it out, because again it's going to be a tough field on the courts.
I guess it just makes things a little bit more even, that no one's sort of standing out. When you get Paul in there, where he stands out a long way ahead of everybody else, but this year it's going to be quite condensed.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's been everyone around. There've been so many close matches. Like yesterday, there was 2 5-setters. There was a very close 4 as well, and there's many other good players around in New Zealand as well that are capable of taking it out as well. So it's going to be a really tight field. That's a very nice shot there.
All right, so no one quite grabbing the lead so far. Let's see what Lawamba Chisi can do here. Yeah, a bit of a problem for some of the players with under 19 having to wear the goggles and a lot of perspiration. They're constantly having to, I guess, wipe them clean or wipe them free of sweat. Oh, that's a nice shot. Oh. And not quite coming off.
Yeah, it's very hard when you've got to wear the goggles. You've got to sort of stop and start sometimes when the moisture on the glasses start to fade a bit, and then you've got to wipe it on your shirt. So just makes it slightly harder to look. So I was pretty happy when I got out of juniors. I didn't have to wear goggles anymore, but
it tends that a lot of people, a lot of players, once they get out, they don't want to wear them again.
yeah, that's pretty much everyone. Most of the time, it's just a hazard for them to have to keep wiping every few points. And it's really annoying when you come back on the court because you've just had a bit of a break and then the goggles start to...
They don't steam up, do they?
Yeah, they get really steamy in the lenses, so then you've got to wipe it even more. So it takes a lot of time and energy just to sort it out.
All right, well, it's looking here at this rally.
Yeah, Louis controlling the ball very well. Just making Elijah do a little bit extra work. It's a nice shot there, though.
So we're not going to see the short rallies that we saw with your game against Glen Templeton. There were some short rallies in there. We're probably not going to see too much of that. I mean, these guys can hit winners, but they're going to hang around. They're going to force the...
Well, certainly it's sort of like everyone has different styles. So Glenn likes to really get onto the volley, likes to cut the ball off and try and take it early. And then when I'm on my game, I can really take it early as well and cut it off. Try and get my short game going. But for these two, they'll just like to keep the rallies going. So, yeah, as you say, there'll be a lot more longer rallies here as we've seen so far.
And we know that we're going to see that as well in the next game, where you have Temwa Chisi up against Joel Ascot, who those guys have played, I think, this year at least 1,000 times. And they like to really drive themselves into the point and into the rally. Nice.
Yeah, it was like that with my game with Temwa yesterday. We just kept trying to really get on the attack, try and take it early, and it just made their pace much faster than what maybe some of the other games have been like. So this one is maybe just a tad slow, which will suit both of these players.
Down the side each time. Oh, and then they just flick across.
And a rare mistake there from Louis there. Doesn't make too many mistakes on the court.
Would it be that after so many shots, he just wants to try and speed it up to get that point over a little bit quicker, and maybe just pushed it a bit too much, tried for a little bit too much?
Yeah, well, Elijah gets to so many balls. He's certainly one of the fittest players out there on the court. He'll go. He could do a marathon, still have a bit of energy, so he'll just keep going. It's how you move around, which like that was a very nice post. It just held it, got him on the wrong foot and took advantage of it.
Well, one of the things with Elijah is that people don't realise that he's not actually going to turn 18 until November. He seems to, I don't know, be a lot older than that, or certainly the experience he's got.
Well, I remembered watching him first time back in my last year of junior nationals. I remembered him in the under-11 final. He actually played Leo, who, again, those two have had so many massive matches over the years. And I remember just watching Elijah just battle his way to every single ball, because Leo, again, he likes to
play the shots.
So you just saw these two amazing styles, and you could just tell that he's going to be a hard worker growing up, and you can see what he's become now. He just keeps those rallies going.
Well, the other thing, flipped it around his body there. The other thing about Elijah is that in the last year, he's grown a lot taller, and physically a lot stronger. He was, I won't say scrawny at all before, but he's certainly filled out.
Yeah, you can see he's certainly
Stayed in.
Use his height a lot more now, lunging to the ball, able to. That's a nice dive there.
Yeah, it was a nice dive, but he was. No matter where he got it back, Luamba was in the position to actually win the point, wasn't he?
Yeah, and that's so far been the difference in this game. Luamba just controlling.
I mean, you can see
making
2 points.
Yeah,
that's
just making Elijah move that extra bit. So Elijah needs to just find a way to get in front of Louis to take advantage of.
Have a look here on the replay. And
so like that boast there, maybe not the right shot there.
well, he was moving to the right, to the forehand side, then realised that Louis had put a drop to the backhand, had to really stretch for it, and ended up in a bit of a dive.
Yeah.
But Louis in a good position to put the forehand away and win the point. I think the other thing that people probably don't realise is that squash, once you get to a certain level, becomes quite physical. And even someone like Paul Cole, the Egyptians are going to block you and where they can legally and things like that. Not just the Egyptians, but all the players. You're going to run into your opposition a little bit. You're going to have to stop and start. And it's a non-contact sport. There's contact, isn't there?
Yeah.
I mean, where you can get away with it, and I won't say away with it, but where you can get around things is by being so quick. You're not really the biggest player out there, particularly against someone like Templeton, but you're so quick that you can move around.
Yeah, well, I know I'm not, as you say, I'm not the tallest guy out there, so I've got to learn to get around him, because once I start to, I wouldn't say they'll start to get into a blocking game, but they'll start to take advantage of trying to get in front of me. So sometimes what I'll just have to do is try and get around them to get in front, because I like to keep the pace going rather than stop-start. And you'll get some of them sort of doing it more as a tactic rather than... So it may give them that extra time just to catch a breath.
Yeah. Oh. Ooh. He really was... he didn't quite have to force that one. He was in the rally. He'd got himself back into it.
And that's what Luamba does, really, just forces everyone to put some pressure on. Like, you can just see Louis just trying to take that ball just a little bit early, so then forces his opponent to uncharacteristic mistakes. Like, you wouldn't see Elijah do many mistakes like that.
All right, well, that is the first game to Luamba Chisi, 11-6 over Elijah Thomas. Coming up, game 2 of this semi-final match of the National Squash Centre Invitational.
1 game to love.
And now 1 game to love. It is Luamba Chisi over Elijah Thomas. This is one of the semi-finals. The men's draw of this, the National Squash Centre Invitational. It is a PSA satellite tournament. There's prize money and also the very valuable PSA ranking points, because there hasn't been any tournaments since, when was it, Sean, about March?
Yeah, I think the Auckland Open was the last, maybe one. Yeah, there was one maybe after, that was in March. Definitely just before the lockdown started.
Yeah, so it's been a long time coming for players like yourself to actually get out there and play a tournament that actually has ranking points on it. There's been a few localised tournaments, but to have ranking points is a key, isn't it? It puts something, a bit more pressure on you, doesn't it?
Yeah, and especially for the upcoming players like Elijah, Temba, those guys, they'll be very pleased to be able to play these sort of tournaments, so then they can get their, get their ranking points up, especially if they have a very good result.
And also for the National Junior Champs next week, or starting on Friday, and then a few weeks later, we have the Senior Nationals. There's also a doubles nationals as well in between there, where Luamba's been turned down 3 times for mixed doubles partners, which you've got to find quite ironic. And over the top there, but yeah, just when you get your top domestic player or one of your top players domestically turned down for mixed doubles 3 times. Oh dear, tell you what, if I was a young junior player, I'd be saying, yeah, I'll go for it.
Maybe they already had a partner and they can't say no now.
Found someone better. Well, hopefully he's better.
Well, doubles is different, like in any sport. Doubles is different to singles, got different tactics involved.
Yeah, it's where Amanda Landers-Murphy was so good in the women's doubles final at the Commonwealth Games with Joelle King. She really took charge of the final, and it's a great match to be at and watch, because Joelle King was exhausted from playing in so many different matches. She won 3 medals, and
it also helps them as well having Glenn Wilson as a coach as well, who's of course also a Commonwealth Game gold medalist as well. So he's certainly got the experience as well, and New Zealand's certainly one of the stronger doubles teams out there.
I think it's just the whole thing of playing with your mates. You know, a lot of top players are individuals. Yeah, they're great individuals, but playing with your mate, and Amanda being the left-hander and being able to play such good shots across the court. But Joelle also, oh, that's a nice little pick-up.
Yeah, Lou just getting in the way there.
Yeah.
Just
polite question of the officials.
You were in this line. In this line. 5-3.
And yeah, question.
Yeah, I would probably give it a stroke as well. I think he just went the wrong line out away and just accidentally went the wrong line that Elijah was following. So a bit unlucky, but it's probably the right call there. Elijah definitely going for shots a little bit more in this game.
Tell me, Sean, do you like in the big PSA tournaments, we've had the Manchester Open just recently, where you can have a call and look up at the screen, and you know, you've got a couple of times you can actually say, hey, I'd like to see a replay of that, or the officials get to see a replay? No, you haven't, you're not a big fan of...
I think it's all right just to see the line. Sometimes it's hard to, when you're on the court, to see what actually happened, because you don't know where your opponent behind you is.
Yeah.
Like sometimes they could be much closer than you think, or much further away. You sort of understand some of the decisions. Like I remember playing Glenn just before, maybe a few times he got a lot closer than I was expecting to see him, and I probably didn't quite execute the next shot quite as well.
Oh. The other thing is that a couple of times here, and it certainly happened with Paul Cole in his, I think it was his quarterfinal in Manchester, where players will ask for a let after they've played a few more shots. And really, the officials have to say to you, well, look, you've already carried on. You should have just said, hey, or at least put your finger up. And, you know.
Well, I like it when you actually shout out to say a let, which is what I like to do. Just call it, and then that makes it much easier for the. It makes it easy for them to make a decision. If you're sort of hesitating and then stopping, starting, and then having just.
Yeah, Elijah was just a bit mixed up in that
Yeah.
point. I think from the word go, he was frustrated. He wasn't quite too sure where he was going, and you can see that.
This is where he just needs to maybe just take his time a little bit. He had a call not go his way and just got a bit frustrated with his movement there. So just needs to sort of take his time here, because this is a very important point for him. He was up for a while in this game, and then Luamba's come back and taken the control again. So he just needs to.
A little bit of steadiness.
Yeah. Just a few short balls there from Elijah. That's a better one there.
Ooh, just hit underneath the line. Long rally.
Yeah. Elijah scrambling to all the.
He's got himself back in now. What can he do here?
Nice swap there. Oh, that's a great rally there.
Oh. I don't know how many shots it was, but it certainly seemed a lot, and a lot of variety. You would think that Louis, with his lob right into the corner, would have helped him out. He set himself into a position, but Elijah just coming through nicely with a little touch.
Well, if there's one thing that Luamba probably needs to work on with his game, is just taking advantage of those really nice opportunities. He sort of set himself up very well there, and just making sure he picks the right option here, maybe mixing up the pace, taking it maybe slightly earlier. Bit short there again from Elijah. Yeah, that was just a little bit too short there from Elijah. Luamba took advantage of that.
9-6.
So Elijah Thomas just pulling himself back into this game a little bit, but then dropping a couple of points again. And another one there, relatively easy.
Yeah, again, decision didn't quite go his way, and then.
I think if he does lose this point, it's this game, the score line was actually a lot closer than 6.
And this is a good learning curve for him when he's had a few calls not go his way in this game. It's how you learn from those experiences. Every time he's had a back call go his way, he sort of followed up with a pretty unnecessary 10.
Yeah.
Maybe just. He had some good moments in that game. And then just maybe made some unnecessary mistakes. Luamba was able to take control. Was able to take that game.
Right, so 2 games to love for Luamba Chisi. That's 11-6, 11-7. And don't forget, we have another semi-final, and the men's coming up shortly as well after this match it will be Temwa Chisi against Joel Ascot. And a change of shirt for Elijah Thomas from the green to the blue. It is warm on court. And Sean Wigan, you must have found it pretty warm. You had a straight game, although there was a lot of running. You found it pretty warm on court?
Yeah, I was. If it went 4 games, I would have probably changed my shirt. Usually, in this sort of stage of the year, I would have to change them at least once a game, and then when it gets hotter, possibly twice.
Well, we did have a query from one of our stream men here. He said, what are they doing on the wall? And we just explained about how much perspiration, how much sweat. Yeah, because I mean, I guess once you get such a sweaty shirt, well, you can't wipe your hand anywhere else. It's just putting the sweat back on it. Yeah,
well, when you're running around on the court, especially on the hand you're playing with, it can get really sweaty, and the moisture can go onto the grip. So to avoid the grip starting to
lose your grip.
Yeah, when you start to lose your grip, you start to wipe more on the walls, so then you can just get some of that out.
What's the warmest place or warmest time that you can recall that you've played in that's just made it almost unbearable in some courts? Because a lot of courts in New Zealand are lower down, aren't they?
So in 2014, when I was 18, went to the Oceania Junior Champs in the Gold Coast in January, and that was, I think, in the high 30s. It was just.
Though would have been really.
It was probably the hottest I've ever played at.
Yeah, that would have been the old courts, I think, as well on the Gold Coast, and yeah, probably not that well ventilated either.
No, it didn't. You could just walk into the. You just walk into the court and you're almost having to change shirts straight away. You walk on the court and you have to change shirts straight away. It was that bad.
Right, well, we should just let people know about another match which has been played, just completed in fact, between two rivals. Formerly from the same club, from Belmont Rackets Club, but Natalie says has just moved to Remuera, and a 5-game victory over Lash. and certainly a very lengthy one. It was won at 11-8 in the fifth, but the fourth game was won by Lash 14-12. So those two players really having a battle in one of the women's matches that was on the second court.
Yeah, they sort of grew up playing each other a lot.
Yeah.
Usually Natalie's had the upper hand.
This one was tough.
So it's a very good effort there from Ella to come that close. I don't think she's come that close to that often to Natalie, so she'll be pretty happy how she played today.
I think the other thing with Ella is that she's grown in the last 6 months. She's really had a growth spurt, got a lot taller as well. I don't know whether that's, height doesn't necessarily matter all the time, but she's certainly grown. Both of them are, I think Ella's 14 and Natalie's 15 or thereabouts anyway. So two young players for New Zealand for the future. And just back to this contest here. And it has been a 4-love lead for Elijah Thomas, but now 2 points back for Chisi.
Yeah, Elijah coming out of blocks very quickly in this game. Similar to the second, had a good start. Now it's just how if he can keep that momentum going, because Luamba won't give it to him easy. You have to work hard to get this game.
And even though he had the 4-love, it's just play 1 point. Oh, that ball just...
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah.
Nice shot there from Luamba. It was very hard to get back.
Yeah, just play 1 point at a time. Don't worry about, oh, it's I'm 2 ahead, 1 ahead, or anything like that. Just each point.
And one of the big difference so far I've seen in this game is Luamba showing a little bit more experience as well. Elijah, of course, still
17.
Learning a lot in his game. You can just tell Luamba just has a little bit, just showing a bit more smartness on the court, just when he needs to, knows when to pull it back, just get the consistency going again, then knows when to pounce. So when he was down 4-love, he knew he just went back to basics and then was able to close the gap there. Now it's how Elijah handles that again.
Well, the 4 years difference is quite a lot at this age, isn't it? From 17 to 21 is quite a lot when it comes to experience playing. The other factor is that Louis this year, or earlier this year, pre-COVID, played at least 2, maybe 3 challenger tournaments up in the US, where it was, I think, a 35,000 challenger, a 10 or something like that. Played about 2 or 3 of those, where he was around players again in the top 100. I think he played the American number 2 or number 3, something like that, or in the 35,000 tournament. Even if you're not winning matches, you're playing against those players all the time, practicing with all the time, top 100 players. Late last year, he was in the New Zealand team, which finished 5th at the World Teams Champs. Obviously had Paul Cole, Campbell Grayson and Evan Williams, and again, practicing, training, playing. That just adds something more to your game, doesn't it?
Yeah, and of course, Luamba as well is always keen to learn as well, always learning something different wherever he goes to, whether it's in UK or America or even here. And you're just seeing Luamba taking control of this rally, making Elijah have to work a little bit harder.
Oh, nice. Did he pick it up? He did pick it up. So fought his way back from 3-5 down to 5-all. And there we have it, the goggles problem, stemming up.
Yeah, it was a good idea as well for Elijah, just to take his time a bit. So that was, so Elijah there, maybe got a bit of luck there with the racket. So this is the important stage now, 6-all. This is where Luamba will put a lot of pressure on, expect. As you can see, he's just now taking it a little bit earlier.
7-6.
And also trying to speed it up in between, whereas Elijah's
Yeah.
trying to slow it down in between. And Louis wants to get on with it. Nice.
8-6. Right box, please.
Again, Elijah taking his time here, the one wanting to
Really.
keep the play going.
So far, I feel that the scoreline doesn't quite show the closeness in this match completely. To me, it's been Louis winning by 3 points. It's just been that 3 points better, or that 3 shots better that has won in the contest so far.
Yeah, and you can see how,
Oh, and that's something he shouldn't really
yeah,
miss.
and that's how what Louis would have learned when he was overseas. He would have known when to put the pressure on, go on the attack, and knew when to just slow down a bit. So he's speeded it up, and Lasha hasn't been able to handle it. So from 6-all, it's suddenly, all of a sudden it's 10-6, and now the pressure's right on him now, and that just shows how much Lumber's improved with his game.
And up to match point. Oh,
11-6.
wasn't quite the way he wanted to finish there. It was a little bit of a, I wouldn't say a lame shot, but just one of those shots that, you know, if you want to lose a match, you want to lose it going under blazing glory. That was not it.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed how he went at the end of that game, but everyone will learn from, he will learn from the experience here, as Lumber's a very tough player to play, so he'll learn from this, and certainly will get better from when he plays him next time.
So there we go. That is a 3-game win to Luamba Chisi, a 6-7-6 over Elijah Thomas. He goes through to the final, where he will play the winner of the second semi, which could be a bit of a long one, with Joe Ascot against Temwa Chisi very shortly. Thank you very much to Sean Wigan, and well done on your win earlier today.
Thank you very much.
And welcome back for this, the second semi-final. The men's semi-final, it is in the red. Joel Ascot against Temwa Chisi in the white. And Shelley Kitchen joining me now as we look at this match. We've had a couple of extended matches, which has pushed it back a little bit. But Shelley, what we can expect from this is it's never a quick match between these two, is it? They know each other's games inside out. I think that's the best way of putting it.
Yeah, these guys are training together, every day, living together as well. So every time they play, it is a long match, competitive match. They know each other's games pretty inside and out. So expecting this to be a long match.
Well, what really made us run a little bit late, and we said that in a nice way, was Leo Fatialofa against Joe Smythe, which went the full distance of 5 games. Great comeback effort from Smythe, but not quite enough in the end. Fatialofa taking that match. The other matches today was Glenn Templeton against Sean Wigan. Wigan taking that in straight. And then we've just had Luamba Chisi defeat Elijah Thomas in straight, albeit that there was some lengthy rallies in there, and perhaps a little bit closer than the scoreline of 11-6, 11-7, 11-6 indicated. So he's through to the men's final. And now this match, Ascot against Chisi, will be an interesting one. The two match officials will need to be on the ball and be decisive with what they're saying there as well, because these guys they'll look for an opening, and they'll play it tight, won't they?
Now the strings gone from Temwa. I think he broke his strings last night as well.
Yeah,
so
exactly. He
he probably should have 3 or 4, maybe 5 rackets in his bag.
The
So
way he's going.
I think the strings are breaking at the top. So just clipping, possibly clipping the side wall and breaking the string at the top, possibly. But yeah, pretty frustrating when that happens. But I think with all Temwa's rackets, they'll be pretty strung at the same tension,
Right.
and
So
strung at the same time.
What is the main string that is going to break generally? Is it usually at the top, or is there a general strings that break more than often?
Oh, they usually just pretty much break in the middle of the racket. That's
Right.
if you're hitting it in the middle of the racket. But sometimes you get some strings, faulty strings sometimes, or it just clips something on the court and just manages to break the string at the top of the racket.
Well, it's interesting between the 3 main racket sports that in tennis they can break a lot more in the middle because of using so much topspin. With badminton, quite often near the top actually. And as you're describing here, that's a nice shot by Joel Ascot, playing the ball down decisively and getting a 5-2 lead already.
Yeah, it's gone pretty quick, I think.
Yeah.
Joel
Which is
had
unusual for these two.
Yeah, Joel didn't have a very good start yesterday to his match, so he's probably definitely learned from his lesson. I think he didn't practice on the courts yesterday, whereas he was here training on the courts this morning with Luamba. So, whereas I don't think Temwa had a hit this morning on these courts. So, different approaches to in the way the guys have approached this match, I think, today. Temwa's probably a little bit not sure really with his racket, sort of the strings breaking as well. He's got to sort of get used to another racket.
How often did you used to break strings when you were playing?
Probably about every 6 weeks.
Okay.
And they'd all usually go at the same time. So you used to rotate the rackets at the same amount of time using each racket. So the guys just feeling each other out a little bit more. This is probably the longest rally of the game so far. Team was probably just buying himself some time in this game. He doesn't want Joel to sort of get too much more of a lead than 3 points.
What have we got now? Is that another string? No? Well, if he keeps on doing this, he'll run out of rackets.
Timo probably thinks that the world is against him right now with
Yeah.
strings breaking and Looks like he broke his watch, which
Yeah,
looks like a
exactly.
very nice watch. So, or maybe this is what he needed to kind of fire him up a little bit.
Well, they're grinning about it at the moment, but let's wait and see when the score gets closer and they get further on in the match and see if they're still grinning. And that customary high racket hold of Joel that he uses.
Oh, wow, great shot.
That's well done.
It's a beautiful touch there from Joel in the middle of the court. Great use of the height there from Joel, setting it up.
It was fast enough as well that it really pushed back quickly, so that Temwa had to get back there. Couldn't just wait for it. So no lid on that one.
Maybe this is the way the ref Glenn Carson is going to go, making the boys play the ball a little bit more.
Well,
Minimal interference, play the ball.
I have to agree with the officials on that one. I was thinking, well, ambitious call. And so far, trying to play there.
Oh, wow, great
Yeah,
boast.
that's. They've been playing the backhand side a lot. So he's going to go across on that. So the 3-point lead with Joel just been a little bit stronger at the moment. Just a couple of errors that have really helped him gain that 3-point advantage. Had some lengthy rallies.
Oh, Timo wasn't really quite sure about their ball.
Yeah.
I couldn't see it in the front there.
They were just blocked from the view.
Guys still trying to find their way a little bit, I think, in
Yeah.
this match. No one's really sort of taking it to the other player as such. There's a match before this, Elijah and Luamba.
Oh.
They were really trying to control that tee, trying to volley so much.
There was a better shot there, though, from Temwa. Just took a little bit of pace off, used the angle, boasted it off the wall. And now the floating serve, plenty of height on it, pushing his opponent back.
Oh, wow. Nice shot.
That's a better shot.
Wasn't expecting that.
No, well, it wasn't your fast, decisive smash either. It was a more gentle shot, which gave him no pace back.
It's a better ball from Temwa.
And then the mistake when he actually had more options.
9-5.
Oh, so there's 2 errors. Now he's given the game point to Joel. So the 10-5. A couple of errors really working to the advantage of Joel.
No let.
No let.
11-5.
11-5.
Ascot leads 1 game to love.
All right, so that is 11-5, the first game. Joel Ascot over Tenwa Chisi. We'll be back with the second game very shortly. Now the start of the second game with this, the men's second semi-final. It is Tenwa Chisi against Joel Ascot. And Joel really putting a good performance in the first game. Although there was a couple of errors near the end of that game which really helped him move forward and take it. Tenwa a little bit uncharacteristic with his errors. Broke a string as well, then broke his watch. Neither seemed to help. So hopefully after the break he's settled down a bit now. The winner of this match will play Rwanda Chisi in the final. And that'll be, of course, PSA points on the go, also with prize money as well. Oh, not quite on that one. So Tenwa Chisi taking out the first 2 points, including using that error there. These two players have played each other many, many, many times already this year, practiced with each other, and very familiar. Oh, nice pick up. It's in the rages as well. Nice touch. And good play there by Joel Ascot, right up close to the wall, taking the pace off, giving his opponent nothing to come back with. We still have the women's semi-finals to come this evening or this afternoon. And the first match there will have Emma Miller against Lauren Clark. Miller from the Waikato and ranked 115th in the world. Lauren Clark from Moore Bay of Plenty. Second semi, Abby Palmer, 113th in the world, up against Lana Harrison from Auckland. So those matches are still to come today. And don't forget tomorrow, if you're looking for some great squash action, We have from midday the women's consolation and then the men's plate. The playoff for third and fourth. The women's final starts, well, its scheduled time is 2:40 p.m. And the men's final is 3:20 p.m. from there. So plenty of good squash action on the court to watch via stream, but also in person if you're close to the National Squash Centre, Unitec in Auckland.
Down. 4-2.
Oh. The question there.
No less. 5-2.
They were close to each other, certainly right up there in the backhand corner, close to the wall. Oh, just touching the 10. 10 Wow was up there close.
Hand out. 3-5.
Shelley Kitchen will notice in this game, particularly in the second game, the pace, the players are slowing it down, grinding it out, and really taking their time. There's no rush, you know, compared to a couple of the other matches that we're seeing, particularly with the 17-year-olds, and there's 3 of them in the draw. They want to finish it off, and that's the experience of youth, or inexperience of youth, isn't it?
Yeah, I think these guys, they kind of know their game so well. They're always peer reviewing matches and match analysis and against other players and also against themselves all the time. There's no really easy point, I think, with these guys. The ball's pretty tight, you know, some really good tram lines, stuff down, mostly down the backhand wall, which is the majority of where squash is played, I guess, at the top level. They're not really giving each other much. Maybe if one of them did sort of pick up the pace a little bit, try and volley a little bit more, even though they are volleying a lot. Yeah. But just to sort of, you know, just wondering at what point is one of them going to sort of decide to change it a little bit or really sort of go for it more.
Yeah, it's just going to be good in the Nationals when they do get a little bit of variety of players around them, rather than the same sort of 8 to 10 guys that they've played against, whether it was in the unsquashable or whether it's been in so many regular tournaments. You know, if you just get that, maybe Jack Miller in there, Evan Williams, a couple of other guys from Bay of Plenty, and was it Campbell Webster also from Wellington, just add in that little bit of variety, I think is really important.
Yeah, I think also a couple of players from the South Island are coming out. Chris van der Sam, who played the PSA Summer Series earlier and actually did really well in a lot of those tournaments. So he's moved back down to the South Island, but actually he's moving back up to Wanganui, I think, shortly. So he'll be at Nationals. You know, he plays an excellent game, great touch game. He was training full-time in Auckland beginning of the year, so it'll be interesting when he comes back to Nationals what his form was like. Oliver Johnson, who's very high on our grading list, is playing a lot of squash in the South Island, so he's sort of committed to come up to the Nationals as well. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of variety that you guys and these guys have not been sort of up against.
Yeah, creates a bit more tension. I mean, this is great that these guys play each other a lot, and that's fantastic. But to see a new player in there, just to test them a bit more, that they don't know the game quite as well, and that's really important. Because it definitely is. I think getting used to playing different styles of game is really good.
It's just where everyone is sort of based at the moment. Everyone's
Yeah.
sort of got
It's been
different
difficult,
commitments and
hasn't
things, and with COVID, I think people have sort of been a bit reluctant to sort of commit to sort of playing tournaments and booking flights and things like that. So with not knowing really what's going to happen, so yeah, extraordinary year. But these guys, they haven't first PSA match since March this year, and for them to come out and play really good squash like this last night and today, is pretty good. It just shows you they have been focused and training for a very long time, or they've kept up their training.
Because we don't really know when the next tournament overseas will be. Australia even, we don't have any idea on that, do we?
No, we don't. No, we don't. We've sort of had the World Women's Championships was cancelled. Well, sorry, postponed. That was supposed to be in December, so another world event, has had to sort of lose another world event. So we started our selection sort of process for the women for our New Zealand team, which we had one tournament, which was the Remuera Open. And it was going to be Royal Oak Open, then our Nationals. So that's all been put on hold. However, we do have a couple of great events for all our players to keep sort of working towards.
Yeah,
These rallies are getting a little bit heated now, I think. So
I can't see us going straight in this match. It's just not going to happen. I don't know when these two last played a straight game.
yeah, I think they're actually getting some really good pickups as well. They're querying each other's balls quite a lot.
So it's fine for the top players at the moment. They've got the tournaments in, they've just had Manchester, they've got Egypt and the Middle East around that area. There's about half a dozen of them. But it's really the next group down that are in the difficult situation, aren't they? Whether it's this group or just, sort of like from 50 to 100 and then beyond.
Yeah.
Don't have that opportunity, do they?
Not at the moment. I think everyone's just sort of has to sort of play locally, and in their countries. Like for us, we're trying to just keep the satellite series going as much as we can this year in New Zealand, so these players can get some events. Next year, we'll definitely look at increasing the level of tournaments in New Zealand. What are other countries going to do? Who knows? I think it depends, sponsorship and how much national sort of associations can support the top players.
So game ball here with Chisi dropping the first after a few little lax shots and a broken strings and broken watch. And opportunity here to... we're just waiting for him to break something else. Well, hopefully not.
Oh, Team Wise is clipping the tin in quite a few of these rallies.
Yeah. So is that because he's just pushing it too much or just bad luck or... I mean, he's got to go for
Yeah,
it.
it's just pressure. I think it's just pressure as well.
Yeah.
One love down. He knows Joel's just going to keep it. Joel's been getting some fantastic balls back. It just pushes you to sort of go finer and finer until you're eventually hitting that tin. So, yeah, Team Wise just has to adjust his shots a little bit. Probably adjust his feet as well.
Oh, gee. Yeah. Well, there you go. That is game two. It is now one game apiece. 11-6 there to Chisi after dropping the first. 5-11, and it was very close, but just lifted too high, fractionally out. He knew it. It was going to be a tough one there. We're back with game three in just one moment.
Game scores 1-all. Chisi to serve, love all.
Well, coming into this third game of the second men's semi-final, and Timo Chisi coming back to win the second over Joel Ascot, who won the first, 11-5. And a change of shirt there for Joel Ascot into the orange. We haven't really seen anybody stand out yet, have we, Shelley? I mean, we've had one game apiece. Really just a few little errors to help each player take their game. Oh, that's better shot. But nothing to really say, hey, look at me, I'm going to win this, is there?
No, not yet. They're just really close. That's with them just training, playing together, and yeah, and all their matches are always so close when they play. So I think more than likely it's probably going to be 2-all, and the fifth they're going to absolutely go for it. So.
What about Temwa and Louis? I'm sure they've played each other, or certainly practiced a lot since Louis's been back in the country. Their styles are a little different, aren't they, in the way they play? Or would you consider them quite similar in the way they play as brothers? There's not too much in age between them either. Very close in most things.
Yeah, I think Temwa likes to go for his shots a little bit more, I think. He has definitely changed his game the past 12 months, and he sort of is kind of more length and playing the game, setting up the rallies a little bit more, but definitely coming through as juniors, he was sort of really a shot player and things. Whereas Luamba's just really fit, strong, is prepared to stay out there for a very long time to win points. But both of them are always working on their games. They've always got a plan in place and what they're trying to achieve. Yeah. Which is really good.
Well, there's always that sort of playing against a sibling, isn't there? I mean, you must have found that. How many of your family played squash?
Oh, yeah, my sister played, so she's 4 years older than me. So, yeah, I think we had a few battles in our time.
I'm sure there were some tears sometimes when you were younger.
Yeah, a few tears, a few fights. But I don't know how old I was when I started beating her. So, but yeah, no, she's a big supporter of mine when I was playing.
Well, the first thing is to beat your brother or sister, then to beat your parents, or vice versa. You're going to try and beat your mum or your dad, then beat your brother or your sister, and then it's your main rival, of the same age group as well. There's always these little steps that you want to beat, these people that you want to beat throughout your career before you really start going nationally or internationally.
Oh, that's a big error really at 4-1 up.
Yeah.
It's just going to give Joel a little bit of light. Only 2 points behind now, but up to Temwa to reassess. Doesn't seem to be too phased by it.
Or at least make your opponent play a shot. One shot at least. Don't give it away for free. And that was a freebie.
There's not many times people are hitting the ball out.
He'll certainly be ruining that one if Joel can come back and make it 4 apiece. That's better. We haven't seen too many of those forehand shots yet.
Oh, nice shot.
Yep.
Nice little cut the ball, take the ball off the... 3-4. Taking the pace off the ball for a little kill shot there. 2 bounces before the service box line. It's nice.
I'd like to see a little bit more of that forehand come into play for Temwa. Just a little bit more authority on it sometimes.
It's a great get from Temwa.
Oh.
Now we are 1-all, 4-all. After hitting the serve out at
that serve is a little bit vital so far.
I think Joel's sort of, moving up the court a little bit more, hitting it harder. A little bit more aggressive with the shots, whether it's short or long.
Yeah.
So just sort of got a little bit of a second win, possibly. Yeah, I think they're probably going to regroup again at this point. So interference there, Temwa trying to get to the ball. Middle of the court, Joel really couldn't get away from the ball that quick. It's a nice drop there from Tenwa. Ooh, maybe Joel missing a sort of good opportunity to volley there.
Nice.
Oh, that's good. One of Tenwa's little
Yeah, play off the
trickle
balls there.
boast went up this time, making a few errors on that trickle boast on the backhand. So nice to get one up.
Now, what I always like to see is people going forward and hitting the ball on the full, and some though just like to take that step back. There's a few of the top guys who like to step forward. Others, perhaps Paul Cole doesn't mind taking it back because that's just his style.
Yeah, I think that was a winner. That's a good call by the ref.
Yeah.
Hand out, 5-all.
Because it's also difficult with the officials when they're down low at the same level, or whether they've got the advantage of being up a little bit higher, being able to get more of an overview.
Yeah, I think they mentioned that yesterday when they came into the setup of the courts. Especially on those front shots, most of the time both players will be still at the front of the court, so it's quite hard to see. You are probably relying on the players as well as honesty sometimes for the front of the court. Oh wow, it's a great boast.
Yeah.
Nowhere to go there for Joel.
Yeah, and he kind of ran across in front as well, so it was a difficult one for him. But there was no option for Chisi at all.
Oh, it's a great shot.
Yeah. And he has to recover.
Ooh. Even the matches we've seen today, they're not shy to go for that cross-court volley nick off the serve, are they?
Exactly.
Oh wow, it's a great boast.
Down.
Oof.
8-5. Right box.
Yeah, you have to give these players a lot of credit. And also for people like Joe Smythe, who came back and really pushed Leo Fatialofa in the end, and showed a lot of guts. That, and I keep on saying, but he's going to learn a lot out of this tournament. Joe Smythe hasn't had the experience of any of the other players, or as much experience as the other players, but the way he showed guts.
Oh yeah, Joe's
yeah.
a great competitor.
Yeah, and that's a real advantage for him.
Yeah, he
Credit
was
to him
in
for that.
made the New Zealand junior team as an individual this year, which didn't happen unfortunately on the Gold Coast, the World Junior Champs. But he worked really hard over summer. He worked really hard over the first lockdown. I know he was sort of running half marathons, Joe. So,
Oh goodness.
yeah, he's really
Ooh,
always
nice
looking to improve his game.
I have to say, over this last year, watching these players intently.
Stroke to Chisi.
Yeah, I think the line to the ball there.
Yeah.
Tenwa, I think, was right there to play the ball.
I wasn't too sure where Joel could have gone, how he could have got out of it. It was a relatively small corner, but
9.
in the end, though, it was blocking.
It's sort of, even though it was a really great job that most of us will probably never be able to get to,
Yeah.
Tenwa was sort of right there,
Yeah, he was there.
on his back. So, yeah.
I mean, it's a difficult one in that situation because you've done the good drop, but the player's right behind you.
Yeah, you've kind of hit the good length, so your opponent's played the boast, and yeah, as you do, you just want to play a drop to sort of move them forward again. But yeah, it's a hard one.
That's it. Ooh. Yep, bit of credit there.
Yeah, I
Leading
think
a towel.
Tenwa's just finding his rhythm a little bit more,
Yeah.
taking in short.
Seems to be
Those
in this.
balls were going, just clipping the tin in the first and halfway through that second game probably, but now he's sort of adjusted his swing, follow through, and probably playing with a little bit more ease at the moment, being, 9-6 up in that point. So,
I've got to say, over these last couple of years, but in particularly the last 6 to 12 months, all of these players here, particularly in the men's and in the women's, have improved outside. Whether it's the fitness, the attitude, or whether it's playing results. as Timwa Chisi takes the third game for a 2-game-to-1 lead. But it's certainly impressive to see the players improving and really raising the standard of the sport in New Zealand. We'll be back with Game 4 very shortly.
Chisi leads 2-games-to-1. Love all.
And this second semi-final, Templeton Chisi, Joel Ascot. Chisi just working his way back into the match very nicely in the second and third games. Seemed to find his rhythm a lot more, and Shelley Kitchen, I'm not saying that Joel Ascot went off the boil, but it was more the rhythm finding of Templeton. He just seemed to find that groove, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, I was just going to. I was wondering what the ref was going to say there, the edge of that call.
No problem.
Yeah, pretty even match, really. I think Templeton stopped making it as many mistakes. Joel was quite aggressive throughout the second half well, middle of that third game. But then Templeton just had some really good shots. He finished off the points really well with a few sort of trickle boasts and some nice short balls. Oh, it's a great shot.
And out. 1-1.
Hesitated, was going to take it on the full.
Yeah, I think he was really trying to volley that ball, but sort of just got away from him, and you can sort of see it was possibly heading for that nick in the back forehand corner.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. You think you get it, maybe it's just too far away. I'll let it go for the backhand corner, and then it just bang fades away and gone.
That's a great shot from Joel.
Yeah, that's what we want to see him do, is actually step forward and take that sort of shot. Although he hasn't had too many opportunities to do it. Tenway hasn't.
Yeah, I think as soon as anything's loose, you know, Joel's just onto that ball very quickly and it's putting it away. So 2 quick points really from Joel. So Tenway's got to be thinking he's got to be hitting those lines and length, so, and getting it out of the tin. Nothing in it at the moment, really, with,
No.
with the
I'm
guys.
waiting for that decisive point. But we're not quite at that yet, are we?
It's a nice base from Tenway.
Handout. 3 all.
Yeah, I was sort of looking for a 5-3 or something like that. Maybe a 4-2 would be one of those points that's going to push someone ahead. Haven't quite got there yet.
Tenway just scoring that ball. I think it was.
Yeah.
I think it was good.
I believe it was. That's better.
Some couple of quick movements there from the boys.
Bit of a body check there, I think, from both
Yeah,
players.
Joel didn't really want to move out of the way at the end. Tenway. That's a great rally. Fast and
Nice.
furious. Really high standard here. Squash.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Down. Ball's good.
Tenway read that cross court. Actually got it on his racket, but
Yeah.
Handout.
If he had been able to play it above the tin, I think he had that point wrapped.
it was one of the best rallies of the game so far, match so far.
4-3.
Talking with Sean about how a young player like Joe Smythe will have to get used to the physicalness of some once he gets a little bit older, and like you can see with these two, there's a bit of physicalness there. It's not knocking each other out of the way, but you will run into each other. And that's where Elijah is, because he's got a little bit bigger as well. He's probably not feeling it as much. Joe Smythe will, once he gets bigger and a
Yeah,
little bit
I think in
stronger.
another year or so, Joe will
Yeah,
sort of
he'll be all right.
fill out a little bit. There seemed to be a growth spurt, I think, with our under 19 boys. We haven't seen them for a little bit with COVID, and then all of a sudden they come back and
Yeah,
they're sort
exactly.
of ducking to get under the doors of courts. It's just crazy.
I mean, the thing is, you know, it does get a little bit more physical, and it's not people really barging into each other, but you do end up crossing each other's paths. And
Yeah, because I think you're trying to anticipate the ball as well. You know, like a lot of straight lines. Oh, that's a nice boast there.
oh, you got it back. Yeah, couldn't play that one. Take it off your
He
head,
can
I
hit the ball, but he
Yeah,
doesn't
your
have
head
to
would
hit
have
the
been hit
ball.
as well.
But yeah, this point of the rally, yeah, if the ball's right in front of you, you're definitely going to be asking for a lead, hoping for a stroke. So you're not really going to take much to chance at this point
Yeah,
of the match.
yeah. I think it would have been in the back of his head.
Yeah.
Yep, gets the double.
Yeah, I think Tenway just took his time a little bit, whereas earlier in the games he would have been rushing that shot, and that's when those kind of shots were clipping the top of the tin, but just took his time and played in that backhand drop for a winner.
Well, we were waiting for that point, that decisive point. I think this possibly could be it. I'm going to go for this point as a very decisive one. If Tenway gets it.
7-6.
No, 7-5, isn't it?
Correction. 7-5.
Yeah. Okay, well,
You're
that to me
definitely going
was-
to know the score at this point.
Yeah.
At this point of the game. So
I mean, that was
Yeah.
a pretty important point. And so is that.
yeah, I think you're right with that sort of
8-5.
Yeah.
decisive part of the game, and now
3
Tenway's
points is
just 3
tough to
points
come
away.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And 3 points away from winning
Yeah.
the match. So
And it's also a confidence thing. He's just won 2 or 3 points in a row.
Down.
I don't know if Tenway had to go for that drop there,
No, he
unless it sort of just bounced out and just caught him quite quickly.
The one thing that we know from Joel is that he almost plays better when he's behind in a match.
Yeah, he probably likes being the underdog.
Well, it's another one of those vital points. Let's see who's the most patient player here. Certainly all the movement, Tenway's having to do it.
Oh
Well,
wow, that's a great shot.
Joel wasn't that far away from it, but it just stayed a little bit lower than what he expected.
Yeah, I don't think Joel was expecting it to sort of go that flick cross court.
Yep.
Everything's really been down that backhand side. So yeah, good on Tenwa to sort of mix it up a little bit. That's what happens when you're up 2 games.
Yeah, that was tight on the tin, wasn't it?
6, match ball.
I was believing that
Yeah.
one wasn't actually going to make it over, but well done. Got the opportunity.
A couple of forehand shots. Haven't seen that really in this match.
Yeah.
In a row. Ooh.
Well done to Joel there, staying in it and pushing it deep into that forehand.
And out. Match ball.
Couldn't really put too much on it either.
Ooh, ooh.
I don't know how he recovered out of
Yeah.
that one.
Thought he was going to ask for a let then. Ooh.
17.
It's,
Match ball.
Thought the ref was going to say strike there, match
yeah.
ball.
Oh. Yeah, finish it off. No.
Good call.
It's only because he's sitting in front of you. Using all corners of the court right now.
Oh, Timo going for that boast. Oh,
Just nicked the corner as well.
yeah. Oh, it's a really good rally. Just
Certainly high
above the
quality.
tin there.
He's in the backhand side. Who's going to flick it over to the forehand?
There we go. And it's a good length. What's Joel going to do? Oh, wow.
Yep,
Great rally.
That was well played.
So the best rally.
Yeah. It used all corners of the court. There was shots down the backhand side and then flicking it across. And, well, saves a game ball.
Match ball.
Yeah. I think that's about the second or third now.
Oh,
Straight to Ascot.
Joel needs to pick the ball up.
Yeah.
9-10. Match ball.
Try and serve it quickly.
Yeah, gee. Well, certainly not giving it away as Joel. He's making...
Oh. Some fast movements the past couple of points.
yeah. Timo's really having to work for this victory if he wants to win it in 4.
Yeah, Joel's certainly not just going to hand it to him. Oh, that's up. Oh. Wow, good recovery there from Joel.
Great angle.
Oh.
Goodness.
Timo went for it. I think Joel should probably just focus a little bit.
Yeah, don't smile, don't anything, don't even talk to him. Just like focus on what I'm doing. Oh. So I think that's 4 match points, I believe, that he's
Yeah.
saved now. Oh.
How's it going to go now?
Are we heading for a 5? All right, so 10 all, and this is the fourth. It is Chisi leading by 2 games to 1. This is the second men's semi-final. PSA Invitational here at the National Squash Centre.
I don't think Tenwa's sort of done too much too wrong.
11-10, game ball.
Oh. No, he hasn't really done that much wrong, but Joel has done a lot right.
Yeah, Joel's been taking it to him a little bit.
Oh,
Oh!
both of those shots did not bounce.
Handouts,
Wow.
11 all.
I don't know about you, Shelley, but I didn't see much bounce on either of those last 2 shots. Both kept so incredibly low. The players were in good position. And a little bit
Yeah,
of
go for that Nick 3-wall boast.
Yes, Lee. 11 all.
Well, you can hear the silence from us. As such, we were just waiting for the call. The let was given.
Oh, stayed in.
Did it? I don't know if we can get a replay of that. We might just see if we can check it out ourselves.
12-11, match ball.
Well, I think it went above the line, but came in.
I don't think, if anything, if it did clip the line, it would have been at the front of the front wall.
Yeah.
But definitely not the side.
No. Right. This is match ball again. Number 5. Oh.
Oh.
They're going to tangle those two.
12-11, where's play?
So at that point, Joel couldn't get out of the way, or didn't get out of the way. I don't know whether it was didn't or couldn't. Got the let. So
I think Joel thought he got out of the way and Tenwa could play the ball.
Yeah. It's
But, you know, you're thinking lots of crazy things when you're playing the game.
Handouts, 12 all.
oh.
Yes, let. 12 all.
Well, we're still there. And just a reminder, this is the 4th game, not the 5th.
Yeah, Tenwa's had 5 match balls, I think, in this game. So
Still in. We have the women's semi-finals. They've been here for a while, warming up. Still to come as well. Busy day of squash. Into that corner.
that's a great shot. Joel got that one.
Oh. What did he just do there?
I think it bounced up. But Tenwa wasn't expecting it to go that high, I don't think.
Well, it's now the game ball for Joel Ascot.
Yes, left. 13-12, game ball, left box.
And certainly the officials are earning their dues here. There really hasn't been any free points at all, no free shots. Great, just
Yeah, working for every point here.
Down. Game to Ascot. Game score is 2-all.
Wow. Yeah, there we go, 14-12. We'll be coming back for the fifth very shortly of this lengthy but a very entertaining contest.
Game score is 2-all. Ascot to serve. Lovell.
Well, Shelley Kitchen, it's no real surprise that this game has gone 5 in many ways. If you had have asked how's the game going to go to start with at the beginning of the match, we would have said 5.
I think I said that.
Yeah, you did actually. Although
No, yeah.
opportunities that Temwa had in the fourth, I think it was 5 game points, 5 match points that is. You probably wouldn't have expected it. It was a great fight back by Joel Ascot. He was down around about, I think it was 6-10 at one stage, or very similar. So to fight back and then we had the dramatic,
Did
long,
you see that
long
ball?
rallies.
See that ball, how it kind of...
Some long rallies when they got to about 10-all, wasn't it? And some good quality play. You could have seen that anywhere around the world and caught it in a gold tournament or platinum tournament, and it wouldn't have been out of place.
Yeah, I don't think Team Waidu did too much wrong, really,
No.
in the last of that end of the fourth game. But I think Joel changed his game a lot.
I think there was one forehand up close where Temwa had the ball and it just sort of kicked up a little bit more than he expected, and it was perhaps the only shot that was really mistimed or misjudged.
Yeah, but Joel probably hasn't made an error probably for
Yep.
quite a long time now, so
Oh, nice.
great retrieving from Temwa. Oops. Oh. It's the right shot.
Yeah, it was
Just clip the top of the tin.
Yeah, it was so close to going over. That's nice. Come on, finish it off.
Giles, getting a lot of balls back. So making Temwa play a lot of balls. Wow.
Yeah, that's nice. It's a good play.
3-1.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
well, I don't think it was intentional.
Ascot, 4-1.
He cross-courted the ball and Temwa was right in front of him. I
Yeah.
think he sort of crossed it. That was too far, over to that forehand. I think Temwa came across a little bit as well. Giles pretty confident now.
That's the opportunity. Ooh, nice recovery.
Joel just seems to be all over the court at the moment.
No leader on that one.
There was a little bit of interference, but not enough to.
No. I wouldn't worry about it too much. They're not going to change their mind.
No red. And out. 2-4.
Well, I think if Joel had been able to win that point, get that 5-1 lead, your confidence is really surging and your opposition is down a little bit.
The intensity hasn't dropped off.
No.
That's for sure.
Particularly after
with
that
these
fourth game.
guys. Oh, wow, it's a great shot.
3-4.
Well, that's the sort of thing that Temwa needs. It's just that great shot to bring him back into it. Rather than having to grind it, grind it and then that great shot helps you.
He's pretty gutsy going for those shots. He tried a few of the forehands, those kills in the sort of back end of that fourth game, and they didn't go up. So, yeah, good on him just to keep on giving it a go. That's definitely confidence for you.
Yeah.
4-4.
And coming back to 4-all, it's valuable, very valuable. Just fought his way back, one good shot. An error earlier on, a good shot, and now back at 4, keeping the ball deep on the serve. Let's see if he's going to move forward and control.
Joel read that boast there.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
it's a
nice.
great shot.
Oh, well done. Chopped away from it from his body there.
Yeah, what's it, just a loose ball, I think, from Team 1, that forehand, and can't really put Joel anywhere around that middle of the court. He's just, far too good with that straight kill or straight drop.
Down. 5-all.
All right, so both players carrying on very nicely in this, the fifth, after what can only be described as a very dramatic fourth game. And you'd expect the intensity to really fade a little bit, but it hasn't so far. Both players very fit, and that's mentally and
if
physically.
If anything, they've sort of picked up the pace and trying to volley a little bit more.
That's
Wow.
That's a great shot. The thing with that one is that it was taken from up high and directed on such an angle that if it hit the side and the front wall, it was going to stay very low and be difficult to get.
Yeah, they obviously practice those shots quite a lot. As a pro, that's what you want to be doing.
Yeah.
Just making sure wherever the ball is on the court, you're confident with a few of your sort of favourite shots, which is always, for some people, a cross-court net.
Down. 7-5.
All right, well, 7-5. He's got that 2-point lead, and I think I'm going to call this my vital point here, Shelley, because if Joel can win this one, he's going to take that 3-point
That's what you said
lead.
about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, I've had a few of them.
Cross-court deck again.
Well,
It's pretty gutsy because if it sort of didn't really go off, then he would have been 8-5 down. So
Well, we've had quite a few of those vital points throughout the match. Not sure if I'll call this it yet.
we always knew it was going to go down to
Yeah.
go down to the wire. So they
It's
definitely haven't disappointed us.
exactly, although there was so many opportunities
Hand out. 8-6.
for Tenwa in that fourth game, around about 5 of them. It was when he had that 4-point buffer that really you'd expect to wrap it up.
Yeah, I think Timo thought that Joel just sort of hit his fault. I think it was pretty good. Big point. Oh, wow. That's a great shot.
Yeah, well done.
9-6.
Well, he's got that 2 points to win, 3-point buffer up. But as we saw in the fourth game, doesn't seem to hold much weight.
Oops. Oh, wow. That's a great
Nice.
post. Whew. Great get from Joel as well.
Back in the rally, controlling it now.
Oh,
Down.
Well,
10-6. Match ball.
and is this will be the first match ball for Joel Ascot. He's waited a long time for this. His opponent's had about 5.
yeah.
Just a little shot.
Wow. Joel's quite happy to just keep getting those balls back. Oh, wow. Oh, shot.
That's nice. Nice play. Starves off 1 match point against him.
Hand out.
And a very nice play, stepping forward.
Match ball.
Didn't necessarily do too much, but just knew the direction was going to help him out.
Oh, it's a great
Yeah,
shot.
well done. Well, there you go. That is a game, set, and match. Another long one, and that is a 5-game win to Joel Ascot. He will go through to the final, the men's final, where he will take on Lawamba Chisi, and that will be tomorrow afternoon. Thank you very much there, Shelley Kitchen, and well done to both players.
Swatch Centre Invitational PSA. Women's semi-final match. Emma Miller to serve. Lauren Clark to receive. Best of 5 games. Lovell. Director Clark, hand out, one love.
And now the start of the first women's semi-final. It is Lauren Clark against Emma Miller. And Miller ranked 115, Clark around about 307. We have Clark in the... Shelley, I'm going to get the colour wrong. What are we going to say? What colour Clark is wearing?
Pink.
Okay, we'll go for pink. And Miller in the...
Purple.
Yeah, purple.
Mauve.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, get up with your colours.
Yeah, okay, so the ponytail for Emma Miller and Lauren Clark without the ponytail at the moment. It is Emma Miller at 115 in the world. She is currently the New Zealand number 3 from the Waikato, and Lauren Clark from Rotorua, or the Bay of Plenty, that is. And it's just, a little bit of an error there. The first few points have...
I think it's a bit warmer than probably what she thought it was going to be. And yeah, some really nice serve from Emma. I think that was fine, that ball.
So both players have started out a little bit rusty in these first few points. Rusty in the sense they've made a few uncharacteristic errors. Even them, they just said on that one, that's not what you'd expect to see.
Yeah, some pretty quick points so far.
Yeah.
But yeah, Emma, she'll find a way, very experienced. But yeah, really, I'm really impressed with how Lauren Clark is playing. She played Ashley Says this morning and won 3 loves. So obviously I've been working on her game a lot this year. She said she hasn't played a tournament since February or March, and possibly was the Whakatane Open PSA tournament in March. So yeah, it's not nice to see her playing.
Another one of the improvers. You know, she's doing quite a bit of coaching as well. And I remember at the National Awards in late last year, she mentioned that she's been travelling from I think it's 2 different clubs in the Bay of Plenty and coaching and enjoying it.
Yeah, it's good. It's actually both, and Emma as well as coaching. Emma was actually one of our national squad coaches. She coaches the junior development girls squad. Yeah, and also playing at a very high level as well. And she's also a school teacher, primary school teacher. Yeah. So yeah, she's a busy person and manages to juggle quite a number of things. So it's really nice to have the girls playing this weekend. Oh wow, did she just serve a fault?
I think so.
One fault and one out and another out.
Okay,
so,
this has been a little bit raw. I think both of them need to settle it completely. There's a lot of errors that...
Yeah, they're probably sort of quite, excited, I guess, after watching Te Whare Tumua and Joel's match. That was pretty exciting, intense, and then, straight back on the court. We're actually running a little bit quite late this afternoon with our match time, so...
They're both raising their eyebrows and putting their eyes in the back of their head at themselves at the moment. It's, I think they both just need to probably just settle it and play a couple of long rallies. Yeah, if they play a couple of long rallies, that'll get them into it. At the moment, it's just a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, it's a little bit hit and miss at the moment. Yeah. Doesn't help with your serve and a fault and a stroke and some tins. So yeah, but that's what happens when you haven't played competition for about 6 months.
And then you have to wait around. You're sort of warm, and then you're warm down. You're ready again, and you're thinking.
Yeah, you have to just remember what to do really when you haven't played a tournament for so long, because you've been training all this time, and then you know when you're training, you know what time you're going to be training,
Yeah.
you know we're going to be finishing. But your tournaments, it can be quite unpredictable times when you, especially with other matches. Oh, this is a really good rally.
That's a bit.
Girls sort of finding their way a little bit more. Wow, it's a really good rally. Moving the ball around 4 corners of the court.
Well, it's what they
It's the way to go.
need. And
Oh,
picked up.
wow.
That's much better. Turning inside out. Oh, completely turned inside out. But, so that is the first game. I think both the players smiling as they came off, whether it's more of a thought of like, gee, I don't know how I won that, or coming back into it. But that was the sort of rally that they needed, about 20 shots or thereabouts to actually get themselves back into match form as such. Well, it was a quick first game there, Shelley Kitchen, between these two players. There was quite a number of errors to start with, but then the last rally in particular was a good one, a long one, and got the players back into, I guess, the form that they wanted.
Yeah, it just took them a little while to sort of gather themselves, I think. But yeah, Emma's got a good lead here in the second game.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. Stepping forward and heading down through it into the forehand corner. Gee,
yeah, Emma's got some fantastic serves. I was going to say Lauren probably needs to move forward and volley those serves a little bit, but they're actually amazing serves. Quite hard to do anything with them, and also some good lobs.
Because with those serves, you've got to wait, and that's the problem, isn't it? That
Oh,
you have
wow,
to wait.
shot.
Yeah, nice shot. But with those serves from Emma Miller, you're having to wait for it. And that's the problem, isn't it? You can't really go forward. You've got to go a bit back.
Yeah, it's just, great lobs. Wow, she's been really working on those lobs, I think, in the lockdown.
Yeah.
5-1.
Oh,
Yeah,
6-1.
Lauren's struggling to do anything with the serves, really. She just has to try and get it
Oh,
back
but
in
that one,
play
she
if she
pushed
can.
it too far on that one, though.
Yeah.
Well, certainly the offensive lobs, probably more than defensive ones. Both players using those. That's a nice shot. Yeah, well played. The temptation when you're up that close is to really power it away, but in some ways it's better to actually take that power off
Yeah,
and
she
use an angle.
just took the pace off the ball there.
Out. 3-7.
So, Shelley, in your capacity, are you looking for any other tournaments like this that you'll be able to put in the calendar, in the abbreviated calendar before the end of the year? Is that the hope?
Well, I'm hoping. Well, we've got a couple of tournaments coming up in Auckland. So there's the next PSA satellite tournament is the Technofiber Panmure Open,
Right.
which is in about 3 weeks.
Okay. So that is that prior to the national champs?
Yes, so 2 weeks, and then we've got Labour Weekend, and then we've got the Nationals. Then we've got actually my club is the Henderson Open PSA event, which is the weekend after.
And that was meant to be before, but then has been pushed back.
Yeah. So that's the weekend after a Nationals planned. So, the players have got another sort of, and then there's Junior Nationals as well, where players can pick up some world ranking points. So the juniors. Yeah. So
really, you're trying to put together something for players.
There's 3 tournaments at the moment, PSA satellites coming up.
So effectively, while they can't travel overseas, and there's another one of those serves just going over the top, pushing it too far, but while they can't travel overseas, we're giving them the opportunity to earn PSA ranking points here in New Zealand.
Yes, and we've done that really quite well. Squash New Zealand and our partnering clubs around New Zealand supporting our players.
Yeah, it's well, there we go, the second game there, 11-9, now 11-5. That one a lot more straightforward for Emma Miller, albeit that she put 2 serves out with a little bit too much height. But good to hear that a couple of PSA satellite tournaments are coming up in the near future around the national champs time. So nice to hear that is going to happen, and more of an opportunity for the players to earn those ranking points. We're not actually too worried about the players overseas, as in the foreign players. Let's just get our own Kiwis gunning first and getting those points. Back with the third game in just a moment. See how well Emma Miller can go in this, the third game. There's that high serve again that she's used to good effect, albeit a couple of them not quite working out. And nice angle there by Lauren Clark. So the winner of this match goes straight through to the final, and we'll play the winner of the second contest coming up after this, which is, that stays in, it is Lana Harrison against Avi Palmer. That will be, well, it should be a close encounter.
Yeah, well, they play in the Remuera Open about 6 weeks ago, the last tournament before lockdown, and Abby won that match against Lana. So, yeah, but, Lana will be definitely trying to get her revenge there. So,
These two just can't stop smiling.
I know.
I mean, great.
No, it's really good. Yeah, Emma's hitting those targets, hitting the corners, and then, you know, using her very good short game to, you know, put the game away.
Oh.
But Lauren, you know, she's not going to give up.
No, she's doing a lot of running.
4-2.
Oh, that's a good angle.
That's a great shot. Oh,
Oh, no.
Hand out. 3-4.
ooh.
It's an interesting little shot that Emma Miller does a lot of the time where, I'm trying to think of the way to describe it, where the ball's possibly coming at her body and she's not going to get out of the way. So she plays a forehand as such.
5-4.
See her do it
Yeah,
a few
she's got
times.
really good racket skills. You know, she
Yeah.
can adjust, you know, her racket and swing pretty quickly.
I'm sorry.
You know, some people might sort of try and get out of the way and
Yeah,
always
I'll
play
play
that
it.
backhand,
Okay,
but
yeah.
yeah, she's really quite comfortable. And
Yeah, I can't think of a way of actually describing this shot as such. It's almost defending away from your body.
6-4.
Hans picking up again. I think if the rallies are longer,
Yeah.
then Lauren seems to be winning them.
Yeah, that could have done with a little bit more footwork on that one. A little step away might have helped.
There's that serve.
Yeah, you quite like that one, don't you? You were a bit more of a...
As I've been training for the Masters, yeah, that's
Yeah, is it
a
for me
serve
your
used
secret
by
weapon?
lots of Masters players.
Yes. That wasn't your serve though when you played. I remember watching you. You were a bit more of a bit more authority on your serves, is what I'd call it.
Oh, there's that shot again you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm not sure how it's almost a defending shot.
Oh,
9-5.
Well,
I think Emma wants to spend some more time out there on the court,
yeah,
maybe.
I don't know whether it's of benefit at the moment or whether it's just good to win the game and carry on for get ready for the next one. Oh,
10-5. Game ball.
well, Shelley, it seems that no one's too keen to get off the court too quickly today, or certainly not in these last few. Oh, goodness. All right, well, that was a bit of a...
Miller leads 2 games.
Yeah, that was an error-ridden game for Emma Miller, as Lauren Clark takes the third game, and now 2-1 for Emma Miller.
Clark to serve. Level.
Well, Lauren Clark winning the third game in this semi-final. And a lot of uncharacteristic errors from Emma Miller.
Yeah, I think the start of this game, Emma will knuckle
Focus.
down a little bit. I don't think she's going to be taking the ball too short. Well, and if she does, it'll be really quite high above the tin. Whereas that third, she probably didn't really have much pressure and had. Oh, she's proved me wrong already.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, there was that shot. I'm not sure whether I like now.
Well, good on, yeah. Good on Lauren. You know,
Yeah.
she sort of was too loved down, but she's just sticking to her guns and not giving up.
No, she's a bit of a gritty fighter, is how you'd describe her, who isn't going to give up and is going to make you play that extra. Oh, gee, extra shot. Just didn't quite anticipate on that one. Seemed to hit late into the glass at the back of the court. And Emma Miller just seems to keep on smiling, even if she loses the ball. It's quite deceptive. Oh, and too high then. All right, well, now we've got 4-2 lead.
Is that serve? Oh,
That's a
great.
nice shot. That's well done.
5-2.
Knew where her opponent was, and even if Lauren Clark had been in that corner, it would have been very difficult to get back. Good shot. She got that straight.
Emma's always looking to take that ball on the volley.
Yeah.
Probably a few more longer shots now. Oh, wow, shot.
And racing away with now a 4-point lead. Yeah, nice play. Stepping into it and driving it down the backhand side. Well, we haven't exactly seen, we've seen a few long rallies, but we haven't exactly taken a huge amount of time. They have raced through it pretty quick. There's no mucking around with these guys. Hardly any questioning of the officials at all.
It's hard to do anything with that kind of shot.
Yeah. Ooh. Nice shot. Interesting with Miller's serve from the backhand side, she actually keeps it a lot flatter, whereas when she's serving to her opponent's backhand, it floats a lot more and uses a lot more height.
Match ball now to Emma.
So the previous serve that she went across was low, whereas on this side she'll go high.
Yep.
Ooh. It was on.
4-10, match ball.
Oh,
Nice shot.
yeah, well done.
5-10, match ball.
Oh, we seem to have a few shots, particularly in that backhand corner, that have really just hit and stayed. They really haven't come off the way the players have expected. And it's another match point saved, and then we have that error there. So a win to Emma Miller in 4 games, quick style fashion, as we get ready for, and this was the error here to finish it off. And there into the 10. And congratulations there to Emma Miller through to the final. And she will play the winner of Lana Harrison, just walking onto the court now for the warm-up, and also Abby Palmer. Back with that one very shortly.
National Squash Centre Invitational PSA 2020 Women's Semi-Final between Lana Harrison to serve and Palmer to receive best of 5 games. Level.
And now the final match of this day 2 of the National Squash Centre Invitational, the PSA Satellite Tournament. It is in the black, Lana Harrison, and with the white top, it is Abby Palmer, the top seed, 113 in the world. Lana Harrison, no current PSA ranking, but she has been around about the top 100 in the past, and was the winner of the Auckland Open over Emma Miller earlier this year. And Shelley Kitchen, after that last semi-final where Emma Miller won in 4 over Lauren Clark, a different style of match coming up?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, these girls play each other quite a lot in the tournaments. Last time they played, Abby won at the Remuera Open just before lockdown, the second lockdown. So, but yeah, Lana plays a very fast game.
Yeah.
She's very fast around the court, hits the ball hard.
Yeah, she's a bit brutal on her own body, isn't she, at times? She
Yeah,
really
she's sort
does
of-
a lot.
Yeah, flies around and dives around, and yeah, whereas Abby's a bit more a touch player.
Yeah.
You know, she likes
Particularly
taking that
being
ball.
a left-hander, isn't she? She can really chop, hold.
Yeah, she
use
takes that
angles.
ball in short quite a lot. Anything loose with Abby, you just kind of know that she's just going to hit some really good shots.
Yeah.
You know, so when you play her, it's got to be tight. But yeah, I really happy with the start at the moment. I think the girls are up for a really good match. Both
Look at
are
her,
looking positive.
even the shot by Abby from the back here, just came off the wall, just created a bit of an angle. She's going to use angles a lot, isn't she?
Yeah, she does. Oh, wow.
Yeah. That was,
I think she's playing with confidence, yeah, at the moment so far in this game. But yeah, fast and furious start. Yeah, from the girls. I think they've been waiting a little while to go on. So we're running about an hour late at the moment, just from those men's matches. It took a little while. But like we said with Lauren and Emma, wow, it's a great
nice
boast.
play.
I don't think Lana was expecting Abby to sort of put her back in that front hand corner with a boast.
So a quick reminder of tomorrow's finals, and starting from midday, it's women's consolation at this court, followed by men's plate. And then we have the women's third and fourth, men's third and fourth. Women's final is scheduled from 2:40, and the men's final, well, that's from 3:20. And of course, the men's final will feature Lawanda Chisi up against Joel Ascot. And Joel really staging a quite remarkable comeback against Temwa Chisi from about 5 game balls down, or 4 game balls down at one stage in a row.
Oh wow,
Come
it's
back
another
and win
nick.
in 5.
Nick off the serve from Abby there, so. And this is from the other side this time, so yeah, I think Lana sort of got to be focusing on her serve a little bit more.
Well, I wouldn't say there's too many long rallies just yet. It's been quite one of those matches.
Ooh.
Yeah, okay.
You're late to react. Yeah. But you're late to react, not there to play. You're late to react and not quite there to play.
6-all, left.
Just the
Maybe Glenn
officials
sort of implying
explain it.
maybe to play those balls. I thought it was a little bit behind Lana's body there.
Yeah.
Abby maybe had cleared slightly. But interesting to see how the rest of the match unfolds around the middle of the court and the calls around there. It's a good length.
Stroke to Palmer. 8-6.
So there we go, the stroke going the way of Abby Palmer, so taking to her advantage. No big discussion.
wow.
Oh, that's nice. Just
I
flicking
think-
it off her toes, isn't
Yeah, I
it?
think Abby's really reading Lana at the moment. Abby is hitting those corners well. Not really giving Lana sort of many options to do much at the moment. But yeah, onto that boast early. And Abby was sort of still running forward really, and Lana just whipped it past her.
Nice shot.
Oh, nearly got it.
Now with Abby, she doesn't really give much away in expressions on the court. She's quite, I wouldn't say cold, but she just doesn't give you that much, whereas a lot of the other players, I mean, you see Emma smiling all the time. Lana will show some emotion, but Abby really doesn't show that much emotion.
Yeah, she just sort of gets on with it really.
Yeah,
and
yeah, she does.
you know, she's really experienced now. She's been playing as a professional now for a number of years, so.
Well, that's the first game, and that is 11-7. And Abby Palmer's still only 22 years old as well. So young, but does have plenty of experience. Whereas Lana Harrison has been around for a little while in the past, but took some time off to actually have a child. The boy is now, I think, around about 4 years old or similar, and is now in the last year or so started coming back and playing some pro tournaments. So back very shortly with the second game of this, the second semi-final.
Not up. 1 love.
And what we sure saw Shelley Kitchen in that first semi-final was Abby Palmer just being smart about her work and going about things quite efficiently. Lana Harrison looking for the shots.
2 love.
But now with a 2 love.
Yeah. You kind of always know with Abby she's going to go for those shots. Around the middle of the court, well, anywhere on the court really. She's really, tries to shoot.
That's a better point set up from Lana Harrison.
Yeah, that was better, sort of a dying length into the corners. I think that's what Lana needs to do a little bit more, get it off Abby's racket, like that.
Yeah, well, because that one was coming into her body and she had enough time as the left-hander as well just to play it away and use the angle, whereas when Abby's
nice shot.
running a bit more, then she's got to get to the ball and then she's got to do something with it. Close to the body, she's very quick and very good.
Down.
Except that one didn't quite come off.
3 all.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Gee.
And out.
Just,
4-3.
really
That's a
quick
great
with the
shot.
angle. Yeah.
They've both been playing some really good cross-court
can't
nicks off
counter
the
that, can you?
serve.
Yes, let. 4-3. Right box.
I think the ref sort of thinking that Abby could have played that ball. It's a
Ooh.
great length.
Yeah. If you can put it into that corner, it's going to
Head out.
fade away or die.
Yeah, usually with left
Down.
left-handers, and it's sort of like their backhand so much, turning into that backhand corner.
Oh, just stayed under.
Oh wow, so onto that one early.
Yeah.
Oh shot. Oh.
Yes, correct. 5-4. Right box.
Let's try again.
I think Lana's kind of expecting the cross-court next a little bit more now.
Yeah, she's used it 2 times during that rally, the last one decisive. So she's going to try and hammer away at that backhand of Palmer and deep
Oh
if she
wow,
can.
great shot.
That's much better.
7-4.
Well, I think she's got her plan now. She's going to concentrate on that. Let's see whether Palmer can battle around it. Nice work.
Oh wow, shot. It's a good rally. Oh, it's a great boast.
Well played.
Just the top of the tin there.
And out. 5-7.
That's some good quality plays so far.
Oh wow, another, was that 2 nicks for the game? I think the first point
6-7.
in that point, so.
Oh.
7-all.
Well, usually on that shot you're heading downwards. That one just seemed to lift and a little bit unusual. There you go, that's what she's been aiming for.
Up. And out.
Yeah, I think the temperature's heavily cooled down now, so I think with that giant length is not coming back at all.
Down.
Wow.
9-7.
Okay, that's about 4 points I think I can count in this particular game that
And out.
Lana had won going into that backhand corner going deep.
Oh wow, that's a nice shot. Oh, she got it.
Oh, nice play.
9-all.
Well, I think if both players can figure that if you hit it deep at the moment, it's not going to bounce back off that wall.
Oh, that's a great shot. Good length.
And out. 10-9. Game ball. Out.
Well,
And out.
Abby's returning the serve really well at the moment. Like, if it's either going all in the neck or it's getting quite tight in the back corners.
I felt
It's
that
really
also
hard to do much with those balls.
had good returners putting a little bit of pressure on the serve of Lana
It's a
as
great
well.
shot.
Nice shot. But it's putting a bit more pressure on Lana to actually do a better serve.
Game ball.
Oh,
Had him moving both ways.
Stroke to Palmer. And out. 11-all.
Well, I think Lana just almost ran into that. And that's where the stroke call came from.
oops.
Change of direction.
Oh wow, that's a great boast. It's a great rally. Oh,
Nice play. Able to stretch up for it and to play it down so it bounced low.
No left.
No,
And out. 12-all.
I think Abby was moving too far forward then.
Yeah.
She was expecting Lana to take that ball short. Oh wow.
It was a very high ball, but to do that on your backhand is very talented.
Down.
Oh no.
14-12. Game to Palmer. Palmer leads.
So
games to love.
Abby Palmer taking that second game after Lana Harrison had had a reasonable lead for most of it, and it was just that error at the end and a couple of good winners from Palmer that helped to take that second game back in the third very shortly. Well, Shelley Kitchen, we've seen Abby Palmer take a 2-game lead here in this semi-final. But that second game, it was tough. She really had to fight back from a few points down, and we saw Lana Harrison use the shot deep into the backhand corner of Palmer as a bit of a weapon.
Yeah, it was sort of went to and fro a little bit, I think, in that second game. I think Lana had a three-point lead there, and Abby was hitting a few mistakes on her backhand. But Abby sort of just kept her cool, kept going for her shots as she does. Yeah, Lana's got to dig deep now, and oh, that's a great shot.
Yeah, really, you could see in that point how Abby was pushing forward and able to control it from forward. If you can get it to move back a little bit, which is not so easy to say, you know, you've got more of an opportunity. If you're pushing her into that backhand corner or forcing her back even on the forehand side, you've got more of a chance. But as soon as she moves forward, she's just...
Yeah, she's very dangerous in the front of the court before that short line.
1-2.
Yeah, that's better play.
2-all. Down and out. 3-2. Yes, left. 3-2.
And always that 4 bounces before she serves. One of those things.
Ooh. Oh.
Yes, left.
Yes, left.
Oh, okay.
Lots of room to play there. Very close to no left.
Very close to
I
me.
reckon the next ball's going to be a no let
Yeah.
from the straight ball from the front.
Down
The shot was on.
and out.
Yeah, it was a good shot. You can just see
Just
see her trying to use the strings just to place it in there. Oh, that's a great shot. Good length. Well, he's got it back. Nice shot.
Well played.
4-3.
Oh. Sort of just came out there, the ball. I think Lana was
Yeah.
expecting it to pop up there. Oops.
Down and out.
All right, well, a couple of errors creeping into both players.
Yeah, I think there was a unforced error from Abby there. Oh, hard luck there from Lana. Abby's
quite
been
a long
using the height on the front wall quite a lot. She's not taking it in short on the volley. She's trying to use the height.
Well, it's been quite a long day for the players. They've played a match earlier on and then had a big gap in between. They've had to wait for a couple of long men's matches. So sometimes it can just take a little bit out of you. Maybe you just need a refresher that stayed in.
Yeah, I think just, like I've said a few times today, just getting used to that competition play again. Oh, wow, nice shot.
Great angle, holding the ball and just moving it across the court. So Abby got the decisive lead now. Oh, but it's well recovered, just keeping it in.
Yeah, she's just sort of using that height really well, or clipping the top of the shin.
And out.
the right shot. But, you know, Lana's going to, very gutsy, she's going to keep getting the ball back. She's not going to give Abby much time in between serves.
No.
And we know Abby's definitely going to keep going for it like that, so.
And out, 8-6.
Into that corner. Again.
Lana's hitting some nice straight balls here.
It's
And out, 7-8.
4 shots down into that backhand side. 1, 2, 3, 4. And winning it.
Oh, nice shot.
Yes, well played.
8-all.
A mini comeback for Lana Harrison to make it 8-all. Let's see
Oh, wow.
if Abby can keep off
No let. And out,
the backhand.
9-8.
She knows that Lana's going to hammer her backhand as often as she can.
Yeah, Abby's not putting it across to that,
No.
her backhand at all. That's a great shot.
Yep, that's well played.
Not up. 10-8. Match ball.
All right, so this is the first match ball of this contest. The winner go through to play Emma Miller in the final tomorrow afternoon. That match is scheduled from 2:40. Yep. Well played.
Out, 9-10. Match ball.
Maybe using the height there. That's a great length.
Yeah.
Well done.
Well done.
Good game.
Nice play. And winning in straight 11-7, 14-12, 11-9. Just the match point here. Abby Palmer. And the error from Lana Harrison. Well, that is it for day 2 of this, the National Squash Centre Invitational, a PSA satellite. Back tomorrow from midday with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 matches on the TV court. And look forward to seeing or having your eyes from there. And if you'd like to come along to Unitec, that's where it will be from midday tomorrow. There's also a couple of matches on the outside court as well. Thank you very much to Shelley Kitchen and also James on the deck there. And look forward to hearing and seeing from you tomorrow.